Yeah. What's good with y'all, man? What's good? Okay, Manny, you know what time it is, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait for next year. Let's work. Let's work.
Man,
I don't even gamble like that, but I'm going to be up in that casino. I know that much. Eating at the restaurants. Hopefully the sports book will be ready to go.
Hey, we're not going to be harassing Donnie in here for purchase orders, man. Like, come on, Warren. Like, look, this ain't Amazon Prime. It'll get there. Like, trust me, it'll get there. It takes a while. That Aaliyah hoodie, that Aaliyah crew neck I got, I don't know how it got here so quick. Just remember, this ain't 2-day shipping. It'll get there. It'll get there.
Guess it's busy. Boy, Black Bottles.
Hey, man, what up, baby? What up,
David?
baby?
I mean, I agree. I mean, Golden Boy Promotions, one of the worst promotions in all. We'll talk about it on the 13th round. We'll talk about it. Remind me. Yes, he does, and he keeps re-signing after Oscar says he's not ready for anything. Ooh, 13th round, 214 today.
Listen to this. You get more hype for the 13th round than we do D'Lo and KC anymore, man. Hey, customer service department. I see John already out there working. John already working this morning. He working for D'Lo and KC.
My man.
Hey, who's in here nice and early?
Hey. I'm a Streets boy, Southwest, legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
And we welcome you in here to the Tuesday, June 29th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
We are thrilled that you are here with us. A lot to dive into today, man, and shame on us. We were talking about the biggest show in sports, the biggest show in the NBA. It started with the biggest show in boxing, as you were talking about the weekend, and we just got done watching one of the biggest shows in all the sports, period. It was gut-wrenching to see what just happened to Serena Williams. She was obviously playing through some sort of injury, collapsed to the ground, leaves the court in tears, obviously, withdrawing, and her Wimbledon run is over with, and that elusive 25th major, it's going to remain elusive. But man, it was tough. It was tough to see Serena, and it was just that moment. Like, did we mention that Serena is the biggest show, not only in tennis, but Serena's one of those stop what you're doing. I'm going to check out what she's got going on.
Absolutely. One of the biggest shows in all of sports, Serena Williams. It's much like, for me personally, it's much like a Tiger Woods effect.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I don't know how much tennis I'll watch after Serena's gone, but I take that back because I like Naomi Osaka and I like Coco. They still have people. I even like Sloane Stephens when she gets it back going. So they have people in place. I think we mentioned it a long time ago with Tiger and Serena and the impact the two had. Yep. Serena seemed to have people follow her and be like, oh, inspired. I'm going to keep going. And when I say people, I'm talking black women, young black women, young black little girls who were inspired and said, I'm going to keep going and I'm going to follow what Serena did. Tiger, as great as he was, and he is must-see TV, one of the great must-see TVs in all the sports of all time, he didn't have that same effect on golf, it seems like, at least in the black community.
I disagree. I think he did. I just think he did for a short period of time. Like I think he had that impact. Like the old I'm Tiger Woods commercial. I think that was legit. Like, people wanted to get out on the golf course. Black people wanted to get out on the golf course, I think, because of Tiger Woods. I just don't think it's sustained. That's what I mean. I don't think it's sustained. And I think part of it is because we stopped seeing Tiger. We didn't see Tiger in that same form for over a decade. I think if you could take yourself back to pre-Thanksgiving, I think people were out there. And then they stopped seeing Tiger. We stopped seeing Tiger, and I think people stopped going.
But
not to mention, it's expensive as hell.
It is expensive. The only time I've been on a golf course, and I'm going to change this soon, is I was at the Compton golf course. It's the only time I've been on a golf course. That wasn't that expensive. We could have done that. But I mean, it's not like, and I'm not saying he didn't have an impact.
I've heard Compton has the finest golf courses and
9-hole course.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I don't know. I don't have nothing to compare it to, but I enjoyed it at that golf course. But like they didn't, it would be crazy to think they stopped playing after Thanksgiving. Right? Like, for instance, I think if I'm just super hypothetical here, if Serena, something had happened to her on a Thanksgiving, I don't think Sloane Stephens would have stopped playing. I don't think Naomi would have stopped playing. They were already invested. They would have kept going. So I don't think if Thanksgiving wouldn't have happened, I don't know if he would have still had that impact.
Yeah, I disagree. If Tiger had stayed as dominant as Serena did for that length of time, I think the cultural impact, which is all we're speaking of, would have been exactly the same. I don't disagree with you at all in that they're different. And part of it is you have Coco, you have Sloane Stephens, you have like pros. There's no pro that you look to. Like we look at Trey Lance, right? We look at Trey Lance, that's the Steph Curry product. Right. You look at Coco, you look at Sloane, you go, that's Trae Young. Trey Lance too, damn it. Trae Young, Trey Lance, both of them. Trey Lance was a big Steph Curry fan. At least he better be. Certainly better be now. But Trae Young, a Steph Curry product. Coco, Sloane, same thing. There's no golfer out there where you go, that's the Tiger Woods product.
And that's my point.
And if you do, it's not someone who looks like Tiger. It's like what Tiger changed is he changed the golfer body.
Yeah,
golfers got more jacked after Tiger got more jacked.
He changed the way golfers who are already golfers were going to play.
Right.
I'm saying.
No, I know what you're saying.
No, I know it's true, but we got Donnie in here. Shout out to Donnie. He said Tiger is definitely on that level too. He is on that level, but as far as having people follow his footsteps, and I'm speaking in the Black community, Serena has been able to tap into that. Tiger, I don't think Tiger tapped into that. Like, it was cool. Like, we had a good time with it. But I mean, I disagree. I would say the proof is in the pudding.
No, I disagree.
There's nobody behind them.
Because you're measuring it on pros versus measuring it on Black people who took up golf recreationally who didn't do it before.
Yeah, but I'm speaking to the pros. Sloane and Coco and Naomi, they're pros.
No,
they directly said, "Yo, I'm gonna do this on a different level because I saw Serena." For whatever reason, if they just stopped, if they were like, it's too expensive, I don't know. Tiger don't have those people. And it's not a knock on him. I just don't know why that is. I don't know why.
Well, and also, I think people did follow Tiger, but I also think there was a point where Tiger, now one doesn't have to do with the other. We're going to get down a cultural slip and slide right here that somehow is going to invoke Phil Jackson is Black, Babe Ruth is Black. Like, the whole day is going to go to hell if we continue down this conversation. But I'll tell you what, man, I posted that Babe Ruth thing on Instagram after our show on Friday, and I don't know that I've had more engagement on a single IG story than I did on the as the dope ones would call him, Brother Babe.
I'm about to say my brother Babe Ruth.
Brother Babe Ruth post. Boy, you talk about rewriting the history books. Who was the first Black baseball player? Babe Ruth. Better tell Reese. You better start teaching Reese right now when he gets into class and they say, who integrated Major League Baseball? You better tell him it's Brother Babe. Only thing that throws me off though is George Herman. George Herman, that's like that Blackish episode where they didn't want to name him Devontae because it sounds too black. It was like, we're gonna counteract it by calling him Matthew, Devontae Matthew. So they were like, well, now, he's Babe, but to cover, we're gonna call him George Herman.
Hey, well, I will say this: I know a brother named Herman. I know a brother named George.
I know Herm Edwards.
I know.
Yeah,
Herman.
but do you know a George Herman?
No, but Herman could come out. I mean, that could have been an uncle's name.
Uncle Herm. With it. I'm with it. That's right. We did settle that last week. We decided on that Babe Ruth is Black. It's Jay Solo in here on YouTube. He said, whoa, we settled that last week. Yes, we did. Brother Babe. Yes, indeed. Didn't intend to start the show this way. But we were looking up at the television, watching the gut-wrenching scene with Serena in tennis. They call it retiring off the floor, off of the tournament in Wimbledon. So she Again, that elusive major remains just that. It remains elusive. When we talk about stars, we talked about must-see. Playoff P!
Hey,
let's go.
Hey, come on now. You already know what it is.
Oh wait, is he getting the... Oh.
You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it.
You understand me?
Yeah, okay. Well, hey, he's got respect. Like, I don't know why
it's
people
not enough.
More respect?
Yeah, man. It's not enough. DeMarcus told you it's not enough.
Okay. Yeah, he did. But well, speaking of, and we will, perhaps Ty Lue's only misstep right now is not more boogie time. Man, DeMarcus was out there. DeMarcus has played double-digit minutes a handful of times in the postseason, and I think he's made the most of all of them.
I mean, I see where you're coming from. I smell what you're cooking, but I'll push back.
Okay,
and I'll say, I mean, let's just be real. Let's be real on a couple of fronts right here.
Okay,
Clippers should have won game 2. Clippers should have won game 2. They did everything they were supposed to do to win game 2. It was an unfortunate, the value, all this other stuff, but the Clippers should have won 2 on the road. Beat the hell out of them in game 3. Game 4, the game was 71-70 for like 7 minutes in the fourth quarter. Like the Clippers just couldn't make a shot. And then they come up and dare I say, beat the hell out of them last night. So number one, by themselves, they probably should be up like at least 3-2 right now. And then if they had Kawhi, this series might be over.
Okay. I don't know where you're going with any of that, but the beauty of all of it is...
Because you're saying Ty Lue's misstep. Has he really misstep? I mean, the Clippers... I'm looking at the game.
3-2. Hit pause there, Eye of the Tiger.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance. Your first of 4 chances to win $1,000. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Text the code word VICTORY to 72881. As in, Kenny's internet is not taking a victory today.
Well, hey, it is what it is right now. I got some stuff I'm working on, though.
You have had stuff that you're working on since August 17th, 2020.
No. I'm really working on some stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No.
You've built an entire basketball court in your backyard in the time we've been trying to get your internet fixed. Like an entire basketball court, like a real one, not like one of those things that you put sand in and put it out there and say, go shoot hoops, kid. And then the net breaks and it's got a chain on it. No, not one of those, like a real basketball floor with painted lines and everything, all in the time we've trying to get your internet fixed.
Turf coming in tomorrow.
That's victory to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Your next opportunity coming up 10 minutes past the 1 o'clock hour. Your opportunities every day, 10 minutes past the hour of every hour that Dealing with KC are on the air. 110, 210, 310. Go ahead, KC.
So all I'm saying is I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong saying that he should have played DeMarcus, but I could make the argument the substitution playing Zubac, all this other stuff, that hasn't been the problem.
Well, what's been the problem then?
The value. Paul George missed 2 free throws in game 2. I mean, let's say what that is.
Hating on Paul George. That's fine. Go ahead.
And then, I mean, they went cold in the fourth quarter of game 4. That happens. That's going to happen, I think, if DeMarcus Cousins is out there. Other than that, we'll
never know. They've played well.
Hey, look, Chris Paul. I love Chris Paul. I'm glad that he's getting the breaks that he's getting. His team at least is getting the breaks that he's getting this playoff series because after everything that's going on.
That's so passive aggressive.
No, look.
Stop it.
No, look. He has been one of the most unlucky superstars in his career in the playoffs. There's no need to apologize. There's no need to justify the breaks that he's finally gotten in his favor in his favor this playoff series. Ain't no passive aggressive, nothing like that. It just is what it is. It's about time he gets a good break. But Kawhi not being here, Murray not being there, AD not being there. It is what it is. I mean, they were like a minus 800 to get bounced out of the first round after game 3.
And yet here they are, still a game away from the NBA Finals. We'll talk a lot more about this game. We'll talk about Paul George. We'll talk about why is Paul George so damn polarizing. We'll talk more about DeMarcus Cousins. Apparently, there are some people who have been eavesdropping on our Pascal Siakam conversation.
Oh, snakes.
And we've got to explain to you what we did after the show yesterday. We had an idea. It turned into something.
Oh, we talking.
Yeah, we talking. Yeah. We'll explain when dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento's
Alexis
number one.
Gonna be mad at this one.
Who?
Alexis
not gonna be pleased, and the little trainer who called you a bust ass, he ain't gonna be happy either. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, Kenny Caraway here in the building. And yesterday I was, out on the patio watching that Clippers Suns game and seeing my man Paul George. I'm not saying he's playoff P. I'm just calling him Paul George. He's not pandemic P. I know that much. What you need to do is that's all you got to do. All right. When you talk about Paul George. But while I was doing all that, I was sitting back, maxing and relaxing. I had me a little gin and tonic, a little gin and juice. And that gin absolutely came from McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. It was that smooth, distinct citrus flavor that cools me every time. It refreshes me every time. No lie, man. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me two things. Number one, because of that, the quality that you get from every bottle of McQueen is just completely unmatched. And number two, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So check this out. If you want to try it yourself, go order a bottle online at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle the next time you're at the store. And if the store doesn't have it, let me know. I'll talk to Ben. Damien will talk to Ben, our guy over at Sovereign Brands. We'll get you a bottle. We'll get that re-up. Don't worry about it, all right? Once you get that bottle, show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin by tagging your posts at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog, all right? We need to just go ahead right now and let the entire region, the entire valley, know about the biggest boss when it comes to who has the best gin in the game right now. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Okay.
This is, pardon me, Damien, because this is I think this is just an interesting observation talk, but where is he at? Where's our guy that just kind of pops in every now and then? Our guy Tony Edwards. Where is he at? I saw him earlier. There he goes. He says black golfers increase exponentially after Tiger and many have stayed. I'm not disputing any of that. What I'm saying to Tony, Damien, all these other guys, they're not there. The Cocos,
you're saying there's not pro golfers.
They're not there. And I'm not saying that's Tiger's fault. I'm not saying black people aren't playing golf. I'm not saying it. I'm just telling you, when Serena and Venus were there, Naomi, Coco, Sloane, I feel, are direct descendants of Serena.
Do you
and
think
Venus.
more black people went and started playing tennis recreationally than went and started playing golf recreationally? You got to hit pause. So. You got to hit pause on that TV because I keep seeing that damn.
Oh damn! I didn't know. There we go.
All right, there we go. That's it.
But yeah, probably recreationally for sure. I understand that.
Okay.
But I do think, and maybe it's a gender thing. I think little girls said, "I want to be like Serena." I'm not sure. Little boy said, "I want to be like Tiger." Wanted to be LeBron. They still wanted to be like Steph. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. I just think there's.
Coach says we got one. Harold Varner is a pro golfer on the PGA Tour. Okay, I've never seen him.
Yeah, I mean, but it's we're not saying that there aren't any black pro golfers. What we're saying is there's no one the caliber of what Sloane Stevens and Coco Gauff is to tennis. I think that correct me if I'm wrong. That was the point that you were making.
Yeah,
there are certainly black golfers out there. I feel like there was one. Maybe it wasn't in the final group. A couple of it wasn't a couple of weeks. It was a couple of months ago. It was a while ago. But yeah, no, they're there. Just not on that level. I think the likelihood of there being more would have happened if Tiger was around longer. and Tiger wasn't
Maybe
around.
so.
Like, I know Tiger's still around, and I know Tiger's still a big draw, but in terms of an impact draw, I don't think he's there anymore.
Maybe so.
I think that decade-long disappearance and all of the stuff that happened after his disappearance is part of it.
We'll talk about it later.
The show within the show. Conversation keeps rolling over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on our way to 800 subscribers, by the way, on YouTube. As a man, John Bull, posted on social media today. So if you're not a subscriber, please go become one. We'd love for you to be a part of the show multiple different ways. Obviously, you can give us a call anytime you'd like, 916-349-1320. If you want to take part in the conversation in real time, Twitch and YouTube are both great ways to do it. So again, twitch.tv. It really doesn't. It's 4 straight hours. It's 4+ hours because we start before noon and we stay on past 4. Sometimes we stay on well past 4. So go check us out over there. Again, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. There aren't very many more polarizing figures in basketball, particularly amongst not necessarily casual fans, but amongst NBA Twitter and really hardcore basketball fans. Man, Paul George, he is as divisive as they come for some reason. And sometimes I can't help. And I think we actually had this conversation yesterday about Paul George. Is he a star? Is he a superstar? What in the, where does he rank in terms of the tiers of stars in the NBA? And he said yesterday, following, again, really all credit, just a phenomenal performance from Paul George. And what they're doing really is incredible. You just laid out a scenario where you believe they should be up 3-2. And that's not even factoring in Kawhi Leonard. Mm-hmm. The fact that they got past the semifinals without Kawhi Leonard, the fact that, Jesse got in my ear right before the show started and said, I know it's kind of a hot take. I think the Suns might blow it. And it's like, man, can you imagine the multiple stories coming out of that if the Suns actually do blow this Western Conference Finals? Because 1, you look at Paul George differently. 2, build Ty Lue a statue immediately. 3, and I'm thinking of these just as I'm naming numbers or throwing out numbers. We're going to have a difficult conversation about Doc Rivers should that happen.
Oh, conversation might have already started.
I think it started.
Yeah.
I think it started, but now it just happens in all caps and bold lettering. If Ty Lue comes back from this 3, he would literally be the opposite of Doc Rivers if he comes back from a 3-1 deficit in the Western Conference Finals.
He would literally be the opposite. And I think the conversation already happened. I think it's already done. And not only what Ty Lue is doing,
it's not done. The conversation's not
done.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you this. Not only what Ty Lue is doing, but look at how Paul George is playing.
Okay, that's not fair though. Like Paul George, because Kawhi Leonard's not there.
Paul George was having a good playoffs before Kawhi got hurt. He was averaging 25 points, 9 rebounds.
He was good, yeah.
And Doc made sure to take. Now it was response to Paul George probably taking a shot, but Doc made sure to take a shot on the way out at Paul George, saying he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't good enough.
That's one thing I really don't like about Doc. He tends to take. I didn't like what he said about Ben Simmons. I don't think you say those things, particularly right after a game. And I didn't like that. You could, he's being honest. Like, that's fine. You're still his head coach. And if you want to be his head coach next year, you're going to have some splaining to do. Like if I'm Ben Simmons, I'm asking Doc Rivers about those comments. I didn't like the fact that he took a shot at Paul George either as he was leaving. He could take a shot at all the 2008 Celtics. That doesn't bother me whatsoever. But
he won't do that.
No, of course not. Of course not. He definitely won't. But the fourth story is Chris Paul. And just the horrible luck. You were talking about breaks a moment ago. Just the horrible stuff that seems to happen to Chris Paul in the playoffs. But we're not there yet. Mm-hmm. We're a ways away from there yet, though I could argue that the pressure has shifted now from the Los Angeles Clippers to keep this series alive to the Phoenix Suns on the road, not allowing this to get to a Game 7. All bets are off when you get to a Game 7. I think the pressure right now is firmly on the shoulders of Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and the Phoenix Suns. But Paul George said in the post-game press conference, KC, no superstar gets criticized the way that I do.
And I think I put my finger on why Paul George kind of gets raked through the coals on NBA Twitter.
Okay.
He's a little whiny.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little whiny.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it comes off like, stuff like that. Like, man, I mean, nobody gets criticized like me. It's true. It's true. But, I just got to keep going. I just got to keep doing what I can do. Paul, it's a little whiny. If I'm gonna call out Devin Booker for him being whiny, in my opinion,
you called him more than that, but we don't use that type of language here on D-Lo and KC. Only on @IMK Diddy. After a couple McQueen and the Violet Fog chants, I love it. It was so quick. Like I don't like Devin Booker something, and was it Deuce? Deuce was like,
well, what do you specifically don't like about
and then
him?
you told him, like, whoa, all right, Kenny. You'll have to search IMK Diddy's Twitter feed for that exchange. But it's like, all right, KC.
Yeah, but I do like Paul George. But I gotta admit, I mean, he comes off a little whiny. Like what he said last night, that's not the first time he's had that type of tone and that type of, when you see him, it's true.
Yeah.
We're just being true. It's just what it is. But
here's what he said verbatim.
Going.
Here's what he said verbatim about does he get criticized more than any other star out there. He said, I do. And it's the honest truth. It's a fact, but I can't worry about that. It comes with the job, I guess. I still try to go and dominate. And so I'm beyond that. You know what I mean? I am who I am. I wish I could shoot 80%, 75% on a nightly basis, but it's not realistic. What I can do is do everything else. They can judge me on what they want. That part don't matter to me. I'm going to go out there and hoop and give it everything I got.
If he would have never said it's true, that whole quote would have been fine. But him saying, and then I've seen the visual. It's just him sitting there. Oh, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
But that's Paul George's personality, though. Yeah. Like he's not a super animated dude.
Nah, but if he wouldn't have said it's true, if he would have just came out and said, "Hey, man, I can't worry about that," and say the rest of the stuff that he said, it would have been no problem. But he definitely had to get in there. It's true. It's true.
I think Will Dubs got a point here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Part of the problem is you can't give yourself a nickname. Like you can't give yourself a nickname and then not live up to it. He literally nicknamed himself Playoff P. No one had ever heard of this before. Oh, y'all ain't never met Playoff P? Like who is Playoff P? What are you talking about? And then he goes out there and loses repeatedly. And that, yeah, and then of course you have the unfortunate pandemic that took over the world last year, and thus was born Pandemic P.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That didn't bother me as much as it did everybody else. Apparently, he's not. Devin Booker bothers me a lot more than Paul George saying he's Playoff P. This is kind of like, okay, Playoff P.
I don't get that.
Oh, Devin Booker is the worst.
Did you say Devin Booker has a punchable face? Did you say that? No. Does Devin Booker have a punchable face?
Devin Booker is he comes off on the court as an entitled brat. He complains all the time about things that aren't even fouls.
Every NBA player does that.
No, Devin Booker is the worst. He's the worst.
Worse than Luka?
He's on the same par. No, Luka's the worst. Luka's absolutely the worst. He's on his own level. But Devin Booker.
Can we get Kenny's, what was it? Kenny's hate list? What was that list that David put out on social media?
Yeah, Kenny's hate list.
We're going to have to update it. We got to make sure.
I mean, look, he's a ball player. Once again, it takes nothing away from his talent. Like the boy can go. He can go. What did he have? 40 something last night? Yeah. Did he have exactly 40 or pull that up?
I got it here for you. Devin Booker had 31.
Who did he have? Maybe say.
I don't know who said he had 40. Paul George had 41.
I was listening to the game while I was watching the game. I was getting shots up. So maybe my
oh yeah, on the basketball court that you had built outside in lieu of. So just to keep track of the Kenny Caraway power rankings, the basketball court got built. The fence got painted. He's had new doors put into his house. All of these different things. Still can't get the internet to work properly. But man, it's a nice house that internet doesn't function properly.
I kind of figured some things out with the internet, and it's a simple fix. But
you look like a 1988 VHS movie right now.
I got to figure some stuff out. So let me ask you, just breaking down the fourth wall, your computer is directly hooked up to your internet, correct?
Very much so.
Yes, mine isn't.
Yes, we went over that like 4 months ago when I was at your house hanging with Cheryl from Elk Grove and Reese and
I gotta figure that out, because the thing that
after we get the turf installed though, we got to get the turf installed.
So turf is coming tomorrow. Hopefully, what I got planned comes tomorrow too.
Oh boy, okay.
But the thing that you hooked me up with, good looking, not the Orbi, but the actual like little attachment, it didn't respond to that. So I need to do a little more research to get one that responds to that. It's good though. We got that.
Okay,
we got that.
Internet not high on Casey's priorities. That's a big fact.
Back to Devin Booker being annoying. Yeah, so
I feel about your internet the way you feel about Devin Booker.
That's almost impossible. but but I'm sure people look at Paul George the way that I look at Devin Booker.
Okay,
so I get it.
But really, what is people's? I think there's also, remember, was it Gatorade? Did he have a Gatorade commercial where he'd hit a buzzer beater?
Yeah.
And then someone did research and found out he had never hit, prior to that commercial coming out, he had never hit a buzzer beater in a game before. Like he had never hit a go-ahead shot with a certain amount of seconds left. And I know that's since changed. I think that started changing when he was in Oklahoma City. But I think that play, and he's hit several since then. But I think that started wait a minute. Well, George ain't hitting no buzzer beaters.
Yeah, actually, like the internet, they were quick with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a time in Indiana when it was like a last second shot against Cleveland, and he shot it and it hit. He shot it on like the wing, and it hit the other side of the backboard, over the rim.
Yep.
So that commercial, they're like, takes that, he goes, that's game, and walks off while the shot is in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And then it immediately cuts to the ball hitting to the other side of the backboard. So, Twitter was quick with it. So, I mean, there's that. But, I mean, he's a bad dude, man.
He was 15 to 10 last night, or 15 to 20.
He was cooking. Now, as good as he's been this playoffs, I can't understand people talking about like how he hasn't shot well. And he didn't play well in game 4 at all or whatever. But last night, he was cooking. That boy wasn't missing, especially in that third quarter when he had 20 points. But he finished 15 to 20 from the field. I mean, that boy was on fire last night. That's
41, 13, and 6. You really have taken a liking to Paul George here in this postseason. 20-plus points.
See me during the games. I'm like, let's go, PG. Let's go. When Reggie Jackson got that coast-to-coast bang out, I was like, let's go.
Why? Like, why are you cheerleading them so hard?
Because I don't like the Suns, first of all. And I do like the Clippers. Like, if they were going up against I didn't like the Jazz either. But if they were going up against the Blazers, I probably wouldn't feel this way. I wouldn't be so animated.
It's a combination of, you like the Clippers, but you really don't like
I don't
Phoenix.
like the Suns. No, okay. I don't like the Suns.
All right. I think we established you hated most of Arizona with the exception of Lolo's.
Yeah, Lolo's Chicken and Waffles is about it.
20-plus points in all 18 games this postseason. Joining Michael, Jeffrey Jordan, Kevin Durant, and Kobe Bean Bryant as the only players with a streak that long to begin a postseason. They still have work to do, though. They're going home. They got a game 6 to win, and man, they win game 6. Boy, the stories headed into game 7 are going to be something.
Absolutely. That's a crazy stat. I saw that last night on the show too, on the broadcast too. And that's crazy. That's crazy that the guys of those caliber, and even somebody like a Steph Curry and all these other greats.
It's the first name I thought of, like, really? Steph didn't do that?
Yeah,
But you got to remember, those Warriors runs, there were those first round games where the Warriors were probably winning by a ton.
Yeah, but 20 points, like, it's not a lot for a guy like that. And it's no knock on Steph or anybody else. It just amazed me that it had only happened those times, with so many great players that we've seen. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's a notch in Paul George's cap, to be on that list and do something like that.
This is the Clippers' 7th win this postseason, when trailing in a series, which is the most by any team in a single postseason. The Nuggets, they did it last year 6 times, but the Clippers have done it 7. The Pistons did it in 2005 as well, and the 1976 Phoenix Suns did it also.
Since we're throwing out numbers, can I ask you a question? Can we table something here?
Yeah, what you got?
Chris Paul is 19 of 60, shooting 31% in this series. I mean, I just want to leave that out there.
Give that to me again.
Chris Paul is 19 of 60 from the field, shooting 31% in this series against the Clippers. They're now look, it's not his fault, but they're 1-2 now. And since he's come back, and he's not playing well.
Did he have the virus or not?
I think he did. I think they said as much too, because I think they said he wasn't able to do anything but play at his house.
So I remember that vaguely, like he wasn't able to do much but get some shots up at his house. But what I couldn't tell was it because he wasn't allowed to go anywhere else, or is it because he wasn't feeling well and that's all he could do?
They didn't clarify that. That's a good point. I don't know.
And he also, I mean, I'm not stalling him out, but he did hurt his shoulder in the first round of was it the first round or the second round?
It was the first round. His shoulder's fine.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Tony Edwards brought it up too. His shoulder's fine. It looked great when he put up 37 against Denver to close him out. We had no talk about his shoulder, so we're not going to talk about his shoulder.
I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm just bringing stuff up. That's it. I can't help your hate for Chris Paul and the Phoenix Suns.
Wow, Chris Paul is the only redeeming quality. Him and Monty Williams are the only redeeming qualities about the Phoenix Suns.
Man, add therapists to the list after the internet. Please do the internet first. Put the search for a therapist right after that. You want to give anybody else love? Like you're dismissive of DeMarcus Cousins a little bit. How about Reggie Jackson?
DeMarcus was big time. DeMarcus was big time last night.
I said something nice about DeMarcus and related it to Ty Lue, and you're like, well, wait a minute. No. Ty Lue ain't had any missteps yet.
Well, no, you tried to disparage my guy, Ty Lue. You tried to disparage him, and I was like, yo,
don't do that. Don't do that, because if someone is tuning in for the first time, they're going to believe that garbage that you just said out loud. Don't do that.
I already adopted him. What are you talking about? I adopted him.
He had, being on the Ty Lue bandwagon first, we said no. Your adoption is denied.
Did you see that? And apologies if you already read it, but did you see Ty Lue is now, what is this, 10-2 in elimination games?
Is it 10? I thought he was 10-2 headed in. I think he's 11-2 now. But let me check, because
you're right. He's 11-2 now.
Because we had the stat yesterday that he was 10-2 in elimination games.
11-2 in elimination games. Wow.
He's the problem is great. He's going to have to be 12-2, and then he's going to have to be 13-2 for this thing to keep going.
I would be completely floored if the Clippers came back and won this thing.
Man,
I really would. I would, and that's more so. As much as I talk crazy about the Suns and Devin Booker and Chris Paul, I'd be floored if they lost 3 straight games here. I really would. They're a good team.
Need to look to see if Phoenix lost 3 games in a row all year. I mean, 3 games isn't a lot, but I don't remember Phoenix hitting a losing streak. I get that.
Earlier in the season, they had a little mishap. I remember at one point they were like 9-8 or something like that.
Okay.
From that point on, I'm not sure they've lost 3 in a row. I'm really not, because they lost 3 in a row in January. Never mind.
Okay, well there you have it. The hell do we know? Reggie Jackson had 23 last night on 8 of 14. He was big time in the fourth quarter, and that's a dude. He's one of those players, man. Reggie Jackson. This is a couple of times we've seen it this postseason when you can see his confidence grow during the game. as we get into that fourth quarter, and it always seems to be like he'll get a shot, like he'll get some threes, he'll get some big time buckets that'll get a reaction from his teammates. He'll get into it, but man, let that brother get a dunk. Let him get a little bit of space to get some steam and get up there for a dunk, man. And it's a couple of times we've seen Reggie Jackson change the complexion with a play. We've seen Terrence Mann. I think Terrence Mann had a dunk in the last the last series that
against Rudy Gobert.
Oh my gosh, man!
Wow.
Like their so-called Marcus Morris last night. Marcus Morris Sr. Not to be confused with Marcus Morris Jr. Their so-called role players have been getting it.
Brings up a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Morris looked good last night. He looked healthy. He was balling.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure that's Marcus Morris?
You're stupid.
The guy was questionable a day or two ago. All of a sudden, he's looking great, putting up 22. Are we sure that's Marcus Morris? Would anybody notice if it wasn't? If it was Markieff?
That'd be fantastic.
If Markieff rolled up to the arena, would somebody be like, "Hey, you're Markieff"? Maybe the Clippers would. Would the Suns do that?
I wonder if like 10 years from now, they'd be like, the Los Angeles Clippers 2021 title has been stripped. A la like, USC and Reggie Bush, like we've stripped the Los Angeles Clippers because it was actually Markieff that was out there balling out and definitely not Marcus.
I'm being honest with you right now. I could tell how they play, I think, but I'm not sure. If Markieff was out there, I'm not sure I would be able to be like, that's not Marcus.
I mean, oh, man. Man. Mark, you change up the beard just a little bit. Wow. You tattoo? Unless you're analyzing the tattoos, it's going to be tough. They wear a sleeve. They look well. They do. They both wear a sleeve on the same arm. At least in the picture I'm looking at, they're both wearing a sleeve on the same arm. They got different types of sleeves. Oh man, they look a little bit different. But I don't know. I don't know if you'd be able to tell. I feel like they look different.
Big game last night. Big game by that guy last night. We talked about real quick the cash in on this money in the bank.
These dudes don't look different.
like Roddy said, Markieff out there balling.
These dudes don't look different at all. Make the hot tag. I'm tagging out, brother. Let's go. Let's go.
We talked about it earlier. When was the last time, if they had lost 3 games in a row at all this year? Mm-hmm. They lost 3 games. The Suns lost to Denver and back-to-back in overtime games, and then they lost to OKC on January 27th. Since then,
wow,
they have not lost. They have not lost 3 games in a row. They've only lost 2 games in a row twice in that span.
Off the top of my memory,
actually 3 times.
That's the last game Oklahoma City won.
Quite possibly.
January 27th. Did we ever harp on how bad the luck was for Oklahoma City in that draft? They could have had like one of the most phenomenal hauls of draft picks ever. Instead, they got like a couple of picks in the teens and like what is it, 5, 6, something like that.
Yeah,
like,
they got 6.
They could have wound up with like, what was it, 2 top 5 picks, and
they could have landed up with the first 2 picks in the draft.
They got nothing. They got absolutely nothing.
They could have legitimately been 1 and 2.
They may be in full on.
They think though, so process. They did the right thing.
Yeah, that's what I heard. If you go to at D'Lo and KC on Twitter, you'll get plenty of responses of these 2 local guys on the radio said tanking doesn't work, but look who got the number 1 pick. It's like, oh yeah, y'all really forgot about Oklahoma City, huh? Okay, okay. Enjoy that process down there in OKC. Let's step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about, including DeMarcus Cousins, including what Monty Williams said in the postgame yesterday about his team and who's snitching on our Siakam ideas.
Wow.
Well, KC, you've been saying it for months about attracting superstars and trade packages that other teams might have. We'll let you know what's floating out there in the universe when D'Lo and Casey continue. Oh, and we got to talk about what we're doing in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll do that right out the gate when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Run that by me one more time. No, that's at 2. That's at 1:30 or 2:30. Yeah.
So you guys think you're funny, but all I did was I actually made an adjustment to the internet, and we'll see what this works.
Oh no!
That's why I cut out.
You still look like trash.
No, we're working on that.
We're just gonna do this for the rest of the show.
No, so what happened was I got the hard line, and the little component that you had given me way back when, it wasn't working. Like it didn't work when I put the Ethernet cable into it. But I did some research, and there's a couple steps I want to try to make it work this time. So I was working on it before the show. We ran out of time. So after this show, I'm gonna go do some more of that research, and hopefully tomorrow we'll be good to go with a hard connection.
Okay. Damn right, I'm a broadcast journalist.
King Vaz, I took your internet, bro. I saw the BET Awards last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout
out to the City Girls, Twerk Later. Shout out to Lil Baby. He did a great show, great job. Roddy Rich. Obviously, shout out to the DMX tribute. That was amazing.
Oh, that was incredible.
Yeah, shout out to Megan. She cleaned up. Shout out to Cardi B. You know,
Omar.
I mean?
I know that's not his
Oh,
name,
yeah.
but that's what
Yeah. He was. If I was in the crowd looking at from a distance,
you would have thought that was DMX.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So
I always wondered why. I asked this guy wrote a book about The Wire, and he used to remember Omar used to whistle. I asked him why that song, and he never gave me an answer. He didn't know the answer, but I always no.
You got to watch the show. There are. I like all the episodes, but I can understand like it's a process.
Pilots are tough because you got to get introduced to everything and everything that's happening.
No.
Season 2, though, that's trash. Trash.
Watched it.
It's the white season. We might as well bring this conversation to the air. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. The Wire is one of the greatest shows ever. but it got better. Like, I don't remember it being great like Lie. I think it had so many like stalling parts in it and I thought the second season was terrible. Not terrible, just not good.
I thought it was good.
And then I thought it picked up.
I rewatched it during the pandemic and it was cool. I didn't watch the Wire live until season 4. So everything I did was I went back and watched it before season 4 started, and then I watched 4 and 5 live. But I mean, the first time I watched season 2, I thought the same thing. I was like, it's kind of slow. It's kind of whack. But I was trying to hurry up to get caught up before season 4. Over the pandemic, I went back and watched it again, and it works. It works. There's a lot going on. This all spawns from Jesse over the break. Asked us, he's like, hey, does The Wire move kind of slow? Does the first episode of the first season move kind of slow? And it does. Like there are things in The Wire, that little nondescript moments that happen in season 1 that don't pay off till like the middle of season 3. You know what I'm saying? And like, you'll see these things like, that doesn't make any sense. Why was this guy here? Or why did they show that little kid?
Long-term storytelling.
Yeah. And then 2 seasons later, it's like, oh, I remember that dude from episode 3, season 1. I think there's some of that in season 2. Like there's some of that. I don't
think anybody ever says that. I don't know that anybody goes, oh, I remember that dude season 1, episode 2.
I don't remember him. I don't remember him personally.
I just go,
you'd be surprised. Like people go back and they'll be like, nah, see, when he said that in season 4, that was predetermined. That was already set up from what happened in episode 7, season 2. I'm like, how do you remember this?
It's certainly, but it's easier to do that now when you can watch an entire series in a span of a couple of days.
That's true.
Versus when you have to like literally wait. Were you a Sopranos guy?
No, I never seen The Sopranos.
You've never seen it at all?
No, that's why I saw in your stories. I don't know what's going on there.
The Many Saints of Newark. So they've talked about this for a while. It's like a Sopranos movie. It's like a prequel to The Sopranos. They've talked about doing this for a while. They had talked about doing a movie, but you couldn't do a movie after the final episode because you killed so many people. Like so many people were dead, and then of course James Gandolfini passed away. So you can't recast that role. But so they're doing they wrote a prequel. David Chase put together a prequel. They had a writer from the show put it together, the whole deal. And James Gandolfini's son plays the young Tony Soprano, which is phenomenal.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to that. I love this. But The Sopranos was a lot like The Wire in that it's phenomenal. It's really, really great long-term storytelling, but there are stretches of seasons where you're like, yo, what is like happening right now? Like, they're 55-minute long episodes, and sometimes they feel like they can drag a little bit.
Right. To your point, season 2 is the worst of the 5, but going back and rewatching, I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was okay. Even what you labeled it before we came back on the air, even that aspect of it, it was still a decent story.
Yeah, like absolutely.
The dock workers and all that, like it was a decent story. It was away from what normally happens on The Wire, but it was decent.
So if you're familiar with The Wire, the season 2 is often known as it's the white season, and the reason it's called that is because they thought the show, they being HBO, thought it was a hit, but they thought it was too grimy. So they thought if they put almost like a different type of criminal in it, like you know what I mean, that it would bring a like you would have your audience that you establish, but then you bring in a new audience. Whereas the old audience was like, yo, what is this? Where is Omar? Like, I'm here for what is happening right now. Yeah. And it kind of, it's okay. Like it's just different. Like it's really different. But that's kind of one of the brilliances things of The Wire is that every season, like there's the school, there's the
season
school
4 with the kids.
Yeah, there's a, and I don't remember what season it was, but I like there are a few moments that I remember watching a TV show where the show ends and I just like question myself. And it was the Michael B. Jordan scene. Young Michael B. Jordan. I'm just like, dude, what am I doing? Like, what am I watching? Because that was That's again one of those. I need to take a minute from this series and walk away from this, because that was tough.
Did you watch The Shy?
Yes.
I haven't seen it since our guy Eazy-E got kicked off the show. So I gotta see it. I felt
that's always what I know him as too.
Right.
He did such a great job with that role. Straight out of
Compton. That, man. I came on FX like a little while ago, and
he stole every scene he was in.
Yeah, he bodied that. But I mean, he was the star of the show. I say all that to say, like, in that show, that's almost a good description of a couple of times. This is what The Wire does: is you kind of empathize with the guys that are supposed to be the bad guys.
I think that's television. Like, Sopranos, the same thing. Like, I felt like it almost felt like Tony was the baby face. He's out there cheating on his wife. He's killing people. He's killing family members. But it's like you're cheering him on until the final episode, which was such a weird moment in like pop culture history, until the final episode where you're literally waiting for his brains to get blown out. And when they didn't, everybody left mad. How did y'all not kill Tony Soprano? How did Tony Soprano not get killed at the end of this? And they wrote this whole interpret it your own way type of ending. But I think that's television now, where you cheer. It's like Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? Stone Cold was the bad guy. He was supposed to be the bad guy, but we started cheering him. Tony Soprano was the bad. Who's the most popular character out of The Wire? Omar. Or maybe he's not the most popular, but he's certainly one of them. He's certainly one of the most memorable characters.
Well, it ain't the cops, that's for sure.
It's not the cops.
It's not McNulty.
It's like right, no. And the drug dealers are the good guys in all of this, and that's just weird. It's the way TV is written now.
Yeah,
you don't know who to root for.
That reminded me when I brought up The Shy of I forgot the guy's name. I think it was Reggie, who was like the drug kingpin, but his little brother went to school, and Reggie was a bad dude. But when you look at what he was doing, Reggie was like, I'm doing this. I don't want my little brother. I got to protect my little brother though. You know what I'm saying? And like, it was just a weird dynamic. And when Reggie ended up getting killed, it was like, dang, that kind of sucks that Reggie got killed or whatever the case may be. But like you said, that's what TV does to you sometimes.
My Danny in San Francisco shot clock went off like 5 minutes ago. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Danny in San Francisco is definitely the heel in the show. he's definitely he's the Vince McMahon. It was me, Austin. It was me all along. Yeah. Hey, just real quick before we dive back into the game last night, we got to talk about the game tonight. There's a lot that we have to get to. I want to mention what we're doing at 3:00. So Kenny had this idea when we signed off yesterday. We were trying to come up because things are about to change in the sports world here for the next couple of weeks, and there's not going to be as many games to talk about. The draft is still going to be, a few weeks away, and we've got 4 hours to fill. And while we would love to talk about The Sopranos and The Wire for 4 hours, we also want to engage Kings fans, sports fans, different things like that. And there's always the idea of redrafting. And with the King, it's such a point of like bitter contention with Kings fans. Whereas, we could have had Steph Curry. We could have had Dame Lillard. We could have had Klay Thompson. We could have had this player. We could have had that player. We could have had all of this. So Kenny had the idea of like, let's redraft the whole draft up to the Kings selection. So the Kings couldn't have Steph Curry because Steph Curry could be gone. Here's a sad fact about the draft we're going to do next, the 2017 draft. De'Aaron Fox ain't going to be available. He's not going to go fifth when you redraft this whole thing. At least I don't think he is. But we'll deal with that tomorrow. So 2020, there's no point in redrafting. One, not enough of a sample size. Two, it's perfect. Tyrese Halliburton, we got it. We're good. 2019, the Kings didn't have a first round pick. So that leaves us with 2018. And of course, the Kings pick second in 2018. Well, it's like, okay, that's 5 minutes of content. Who do you take number one? Who do you take number two? Bit over. See you tomorrow at noon.
Yeah.
So we had the idea of, okay, let's do the draft until Marvin gets selected. And when we first said it, it was like, whew, how long is this segment going to be? And we start naming off names. And then the way we did it is I drafted first. Kenny drafted second. So he drafted for the Kings. And then Jesse drafted third. And so that would be the order. It would be me, Kenny, Jesse. Me, Kenny, Jesse. And we did that all the way until Marvin was selected. The bigger conversation is probably going to be less. Well, there's going to be a conversation about who goes number 2 for sure. But there's also going to be a conversation about should Marvin have been drafted? Were we unfair to Marvin? And I don't think we were. I don't think, as you noted, Alexis is going to be happy. I don't think Team Bagley is going to be happy, but I don't think we were malicious or unfair to this process.
Wow.
So we're going to redraft 2018 up until Marvin is selected in the 3:00 hour. And then, tomorrow or Thursday, we'll redraft 2017. And then we'll just kind of start counting down and doing a couple here and there with some of the more infamous drafts for the Sacramento Kings and see if we can, right the ship a little bit and it won't be just the Kings. There'll be some teams who are repeatedly. I mean, we would have by the time we're done, we would have won Philadelphia about 3 titles.
Oh, for sure.
We'll get it right for them. But it's a fun exercise and it's difficult, man.
Yeah,
it's really, really difficult.
And we'll explain it.
Jesse's was rather easy.
We'll explain it more when we get there. But it's not. We're not going back in time and like, well, this time Marvin Bagley was considered the prospect. We're not doing that. We're
doing it with the eyes
right now. Yeah. And everything that they've done up until this point. And then when you get further, we do the 2013 draft. There'll be guys that are out of the league that, I'm saying that we're picking with. So, man, it was an interesting process.
I just want to say, Gabriel, you're foul. This is terrible.
Come on.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320. He said in the 5th round, Marvin Bagley. So there is no 5th round, but that's what we were worried about. Like, we don't want this to be mean. We want it to be honest. And there was, even when the pick was selected, there was still a discussion. But and we realized you either have given up completely on Marvin Bagley or you haven't. And so that's where we are. This will be in the 3:00 hour. Again, it's fun. It's going to spark some conversation. Conversations sometimes turn to arguments, but it'll be interesting. And I'm excited for it. And we're going to, this is going to be the most unique draft we do. The 2018 one is going to be the most unique one we do. 2017 is going to be structured a little bit different because it's only going to be 5 selections. Unfortunately, the Kings are always drafting relatively high, and we're not going to draft like late into the 1st round, unless, of course, the Kings like had a pick heading into the draft. They made a draft day trade. We'll pass. And I looked at, I don't know if we're doing the Yorgos Papagiannis here, but
that one's tough. That's a tough year.
It might be the first mock draft with 2021 eyes or redraft where we just opt out.
That's a tough one.
Y'all go ahead and take this one.
Look here. That one, I ain't going to say he gets stalled out, but that one's going to look like, well, damn. I know he didn't have to pick Papagiannis, but damn, there ain't a lot there.
it's
not a lot there. Like a lot of these guys are out of the league, period. Yeah. So that'll be interesting. A little on-air producing and brainstorming right here. We say that the Fox draft we're doing for the Kings, but we're doing 5 and 10 for that draft. We got 2 picks.
Okay, and that's what I couldn't remember. I knew that there was a year where they had a second pick headed into the 1st round. I just couldn't remember if it was that draft.
Yeah, that's the one, because I was hoping at one point, I was like, oh, De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, team them up. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Well, they didn't do it. We're not doing the trade they did.
Yeah, no trades.
We're not going 15 and 20. And no, just they had 5 and 10 coming in. That's what we're going to do.
We ain't getting De'Aaron either. That's the cold piece of business.
Malik Monk, though.
At 5?
No, I'm just saying. We got 2 picks.
Okay. All right. Well, it's going to be some discussion, man, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to take us till draft day. By the way, I took a look at ESPN's latest mock draft. I'll tell you what they said and why it's awful. Just awful. Also, Scotty Barnes, man, he had a hell of a combine because he has shot up draft boards. We'll talk about that as well. We've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in 7 minutes. And Pascal Siakam, boy, that name is back out there. You're welcome, basketball world. Obviously, we were the only ones to think of this idea.
That's
Nobody else had this idea. Certainly not John Hollinger or the Athletic. This couldn't have possibly have been his idea. He was listening to D'Lo and KC because no one thought, hey, what about going to get Pascal Siakam from the Toronto Raptors? Of course, John, like most people who cover the NBA, aren't thinking about getting Siakam to the Sacramento Kings. He was thinking about getting him to the Golden State Warriors. And really what that brought to mind was it's not necessarily the Siakam deal that he, kind of fake proposed. It was more of, damn, KC's been saying this for a while. There are going to be teams out there, certainly one like the Golden State Warriors, who have more attractive offers than the Sacramento Kings do. And now, allegedly, they've got, a couple of first-round picks out there. James Wiseman could be, a trade asset for them, could be a trade piece for them. So if Golden State wanted to get super aggressive this offseason, they absolutely could.
They definitely could. They've got the assets. They've got everything surrounding their whole situation to make a huge move. Here's the thing. Pascal Siakam, as much as we talked about it earlier, I don't know if I'm making a move for Pascal Siakam right now. I'm not sure. He's
Shoulder.
not going. Yeah, the shoulder is a lot, and what the asking price is, it doesn't match up right now. Now, Golden State is probably in a better situation to take a little bit of that gamble than maybe the Kings are.
But are they? And that's what I was going to ask you. Don't they, with Wiseman, and I know Wiseman is a bit of a he's a polarizing selection for similar, not same reasons than Marvin Bagley, but similar in the sense that how many times this year did we hear, man, could you imagine if Golden State took LaMelo Ball? Like how many times did we hear that this year? Certainly Wiseman has been healthy. He's been on the floor, but doesn't Golden State need to get younger? Like, don't they need to focus on, and I know you got Clay coming back and you're riding that. We just saw an MVP caliber season from Steph Curry, but are there only two options here? Get younger and forego a chance to win another championship, or not get younger, know that you're probably going to be out of the playoffs in a few years when Steph is done or when this thing winds up getting blown up, and go for one more title.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you ask a lot of people in the Bay Area and Warriors or land, the only option is to maximize Steph Curry's window right now. And
you can't. So you cannot do that with young players and Klay Thompson coming back.
I think you can. I think they'd be absolutely foolish to move on from James Wiseman. I think it would be literally foolish. But they're looking at whatever they got to do to be in contention right now. And the other thing that they keep saying, and everybody keeps bringing up, is, oh, we'll have Klay Thompson back next year. I think Klay Thompson will be good, but I find it hard to believe he's going to be the same Klay Thompson that we know and love from before. Could be wrong. You mentioned it before. Kevin Durant, torn Achilles. Phenomenal. I think KD's different, but maybe not. Maybe Klay has the same type of bounce back. I wouldn't bank on that.
He also has the back-to-back injuries. Yeah, Kevin Durant didn't have the back-to-back. Yeah,
ACL and torn Achilles. So I wouldn't move James Wiseman if I were them. Not unless it was for somebody like not for Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
No disrespect. And I know I said I want him here, but I wouldn't move James Wiseman for Pascal Siakam.
But that's the interesting thing too about like everything we just said, and certainly, John Hollinger isn't the, authority for the Golden State Warriors to work out this deal, but to give up that many young assets for a player that might not get you to where you want to go. Not Pascal Siakam, the player can absolutely. Pascal Siakam, the 2021, 2022 player, probably can't. Again, his injury timeline will have him back. You could be on the floor probably mid-season-ish, and if you're the Golden State Warriors and Klay is back and you got a little bit of a groove, hell, Klay wasn't around. They hovered around 500 virtually the entire year until they made a little push, and I think they got like +5, maybe as many as +6. If you're in that vicinity and you can get Siakam, and that's before Siakam even steps on the floor, maybe he could work his way back. But the Pascal Siakam that could potentially help you win a championship, I don't think he's playing next year.
I agree.
I think he's still working through a number of things when he returns back from the playoffs or back during the season, back from that shoulder injury. And it's because that shoulder rehab is just so long. And
agree.
even when it's a lot like the Achilles, and the process is just so slow that I don't know how he accomplishes Golden State's goal next year.
I don't think so. I'm not exactly sure he's going to be ready for that either. And you got like Magic Man here saying as well, he's saying Klay will be fine. He's a shooter, not a pure athlete. I'm not saying Klay's going to fall off the face of the earth, but to say, and Magic Man, tell me if you weren't saying this, but to think that he's coming back 100% as Klay Thompson, absolutely not, in my opinion. Absolutely not. Now, if you get 80% of Klay Thompson, that's still pretty damn good. That's good. But to just like, well, Klay's back and he's going to be what we saw before, that's not going to be the case. And I'm not sure that Klay was special because he could guard Dame Lillard and Kyrie Irving. I think that is out the window. I don't think he can do that. He may be able to guard somebody like Kawhi, somebody his same size, but that was one of the underrated things that they could do with Golden State. Klay could go guard Kyrie. Klay could go guard Dame Lillard, and Steph can get put on somebody else. They're not going to have that option now.
So, okay, I've got a follow-up for you, because Jesse says the same thing, that Klay's defense is a big part of his game that might be affected. But I've got a question for you. But first, one more. Hey, come on now.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the
It's
money.
time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word POST to 72881. That's POST. Like Kenny's game in the post is non-existent because he doesn't want to work down there in the post. He just wants to spot up around the arc and shoot threes.
That's cap. Big cap.
Text POST to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. I was thinking this morning, because I woke up for whatever reason sore as like I was in pain. I was hurting this morning. And I started thinking in my head, how long would it take me to go like play a basketball game? Not like an NBA game, just like to play like on Kenny's backyard.
Yeah.
How long would it take me to get ready? And I soon learned the answer as I attempted to get a workout in. Never got around to it because I spent 40 minutes rolling and stretching, trying to, oh, good. All that's gone. What time is it? Oh, guys are about to call here in 5 minutes. So I guess my workout's gone down.
I think that is definitely where I'm at. Like I have to, I need to stretch and do all this stuff for like 20, 30 minutes.
We're in the Kevin Garnett stage of our career.
Absolutely.
We gotta warm up for 2 hours. We're in the Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen stage of our career. Shout out to the Dope Ones who just partnered up with Ray Allen, sending some incredible merchandise over there at thedopeones.com. Use the promo code DLOKC for 10% off. Are the days of Klay Thompson, and I feel like this is what you were insinuating, I feel like, and maybe you weren't even insinuating, maybe you were flat out saying it. Are the days of Klay Thompson being a top 5, and that's stretching it, top 5 two-way player in the league over?
Yeah, I think so. And that's not to say that he's going to all of a sudden be a bad two-way player. I'm not saying that, but top 5, yeah, I think those are out the window.
Maybe that is the reason you can't trade Draymond Green, unless you're trading him for Ben Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're working with another defender, but you have to have another. And I know how you feel about Ben Simmons, but you have to have another top tier defender there. And I still think Draymond Green can be that, especially when we're talking about a team defense. I think Ben Simmons can be the same too. Maybe that's a reason. We talk about you talk about if the Warriors are going to trade Draymond, they got to find a sucker out there. Maybe they can't. Maybe they feel like we need him here to continue to be effective. on the defensive end because we don't really know what Clay is going to look like on that side of the ball when he returns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but the good thing for them is they have the assets to make a big move.
Is there another star not particularly happy with where they're at right now?
Oh, baby.
Oh, not so fast, as Lee Corso would say. But let's keep an eye on this. We'll let you know who that is when D'Lo and Casey return here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, we got more NBA playoff action tonight, which means we're going to be cracking open that bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. See, what I like to do is I like to put mine in the freezer. Put it in with the little, one of those round frozen blocks of ice, not an ice cube, but the round one. It melts differently. Woo! You put that frozen drink on there, get a little orange crush on the side. Man, you ready to go. That's the perfect way to watch NBA action. It's the perfect way to unwind down from a day of talking sports here on D'Lo and KC. European gins, they played. This is about Brazilian gin. It's produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. It's what we mean when we say we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Head to your favorite store, grab your bottle. You'll be set. If your favorite store doesn't have the bottle, no problem. There's a couple of things you could do. You could let me know. You could let KC know. We'll let Ben know. We'll let us know what store they need to be at. We'll get the re-up immediately. Or you could go to drizzly.com, put in your address, and you can have it delivered to you. It's that simple. And share your recipes with us. I just told you how I drink mine. I want to know how you drink yours. Share your recipes with us at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. That's good for Twitter. That's good for Instagram. We want to know what you're drinking because we want to share with the entire world that McQueen and the Violet Fog gin is the gin that you need to be sipping on. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Do not drink and drive. That was Rocky.
Yeah, I mean, when they do that whole small ball thing, go Draymond or Siakam at the 5. I don't know. Draymond is it's a unique situation. It's a unique situation. That's all I can say. Ace, there ain't no alleged about it. This really happened. I was driving to the basket. I was giving him that work, and then he was like, "Oh, you want to know what that New York hoop life is about?" Elbows me in the throat. I got up like a G though. I got up like a G. It was nothing. Shook it off. They're like Trae Young. That's how it's supposed to be. I beat Reese last night pretty good. It's gonna be like that for a minute.
Better take advantage while you can.
It's gonna be like that for a minute. So you got to do these young boys till you can't. And it's like, uh-oh, Carl Lewis. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And the Rockets. Red glare. Uh-oh. I'm going to make up for it now.
I got to on this date for you when we get back.
Oh. State. I think, is it San Francisco? That's the only one I saw. Okay.
Oh, we got a couple then.
Yeah, we do. Well, yeah, hit us with yours at this break.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this BetQL read here. I don't know the name of the Quentin and Ryan. Do they got a name? Man, shoot. Quentin and Ryan. Those guys are gonna join us tomorrow. So did they send you some info on the show, Jesse? Okay. Okay. Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and a website. Over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on Odyssey. I don't know why I read stuff like that.
Because you're a professional.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
I like to believe that too.
Yeah.
I feel like a cartoon character when I read stuff sometimes. No. But that's not how I
You're
talk.
a pro. You're a pro. That's how you got to do things.
How Greeny reads stuff, and I feel like I'm
Greeny's a pro.
Greeny is a pro. But you know what's weird? I listen to nobody more than I listen to Dan Patrick. And Dan Patrick just reads stuff like, yeah, you drive this brand new Mercedes-Benz, AMG, and use tinted windows, blah, blah. Try my sleep number bed. And he just says it. Whereas Greeny is looking for sports betting content all day long. The BetQL app is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app. I don't know why I do that.
Some good stuff. I like that.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. You got an on this day to celebrate?
I don't know. It is not sports related.
Okay. Well, fits the theme of today's show, but that's fine. What do we got?
Fits the theme of the summer. It's getting crazy right now. We got one game a night right now.
Let's be real. Fits the theme of D'Lo and KC. Come on.
We got one game a night right now. All right. And after this Giants Dodgers series, we really going to break down Giants Diamondbacks on Thursday.
Well,
what we doing?
I was going to stall you out a little bit and just try to ignore the Giants Dodgers game, but
we can talk about it. I mean, we still in first place. We can talk about it.
Okay. We can get to it.
It was self-inflicted wounds last night. That's really what it was. Really what it was. But on this day, 2010, friend of the show, Ricky Rose debuted BMF.
Okay.
All-timer.
Yes.
All-timer.
Two things. I listened to his audiobook over the weekend. Strongly encourage it. He's got another one coming out. It's not like this one was like a autobiography. And I love the way that he ended it. And the next time we have him on, and we absolutely will have Rick Ross on again, the last line in the book I just love so much. He said, being the biggest boss isn't about the stories that you tell. It's about the ones that you don't. And I'm like, I'm like, okay. And then I was looking at his IG stories. Boy, man, that dude, he runs 50 stories a day. And yesterday, he has like an antique tow truck. He has like a John Deere like machine that he cuts his own grass with, dude. And then if you made it through all of those car posts, you saw he's got another book coming out this fall about building an empire, about building, about his relationships with McQueen and different things like that, which he only touches on just a little bit in the autobiography. But what that book sent me down was a trail last night. You ever go to Dat Piff?
Not recently.
Dude, I was living on it.
Now or back in the day?
No, now.
No, I haven't been to Dat Piff now.
Bro, so Dat Piff is like a mixtape website where you could download mixtapes, old, new, the whole deal. And I just got lost on it last night. I grabbed some like Kendrick Lamar music, some Rick Ross, some of those old classic Rick Ross mixtapes.
Yeah.
That boy is bad, man. The fact that we have the relationship we do with him and that company is it because it's like, we talk about Jay-Z a lot. We talk about Drake a lot. Fam, Rick is right up there.
Rose, I mean, I think they really do have a Hall of Fame, but he's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
Rose,
a Hall of Famer.
No, he is. You've got to know the code to Fort Knox to get in it. Apparently, like Jay-Z just got in it, but I
wouldn't even count down Hall of Famer. I was saying because I feel like maybe they don't. I feel like they have a hip hop Hall of Fame or something like that. But if they don't, and they create one,
I think they have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that they let hip hop artists in.
Yeah, need to start our own.
I started to watch this MTV documentary. It was on A&E, and
That sounds interesting.
it was, when you remember what MTV was,
They wouldn't rock with us.
so there. It's so there's this part at the beginning. It's so great. Oh, we're, they're trying to tell you we're like a rock and roll radio station. We're not. Well, in David Bowie just eviscerating Mark Goodman is one of the greatest pieces of television ever, because you have one of the biggest rock stars on the planet asking this MTV host, like, how come you don't play black artists? And he was like, well, I love the Isley Brothers and I love all these different people, but like, what does that mean to a 17-year-old? And David Bowie goes, well, I think the question you should be asking is, what does it mean to a black 17-year-old? And he just like burns him for like 5 minutes. It's one of the greatest clips you'll ever see. And they go, okay, we've got to fix this. How do we fix this? I know, get Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson has got Van Halen on one of his records. Let's use that. And so Quincy Jones was like, okay, we'll do that. No problem. So they put together a video and sent it. And they told him it was Beat It. It wasn't. It was Billie Jean. So said, you wanted Michael Jackson? Here's Michael Jackson. So they put Billie Jean on. And of course, it blows up. And then Michael puts together Thriller. With Thriller comes the making of Thriller, which MTV bought. So the great thing about the early stages of MTV is they wouldn't play black artists. And it turned out to be a black artist that saved the network with the making of Thriller. When you go back and you look at, if you can find on YouTube, like, and you probably can't, they're all taken down by at this point, but like a VHS recorded version of Thriller on MTV, you'll see at the bottom of the screen. And I think they talked about this in the documentary as well. This will, if it's like 3 o'clock, remember it's 14 minutes. Yeah. It'll say, this is coming up again. Thriller will air again at 4:20.
Man, kept them alive. Man.
I kept them in business, man.
Kept them alive. That's crazy.
Business.
That sounds interesting. I do want to hear that.
If you can get past that part where it's really like, dude, screw you guys.
They wouldn't fooling with us.
It's really interesting.
So check this out as shot clock is going off in my head. But I heard something over the weekend that
shot clock exploded.
We're going the 35-second shot clock, like the old college basketball.
Yeah, that's what we're in the, what they used to call the dead ball era. We're in the old non-shot clock era. We're in the pass the ball around at UCLA. That's the era we're in right now.
I heard that MTV today only plays 8 hours a week. That is not ridiculousness. The show Ridiculousness. Only 8 hours is not ridiculous for the entire week.
I felt like they created a whole channel to play like music. Like MTV just doesn't play videos anymore. That's what I thought, that they had to create like a different MTV that actually played music videos. Yeah, no,
so I don't know if they still have that. BET has BET Jams. MTV used to have MTV Jams, and it was like MTV Jams.
Well, that was
whatever. I don't know if they even still have that. Yeah. BET Jam still comes on, and that's just all music videos all day long. And I watch that. I watch that from time to time.
Did you ever have the jukebox?
Absolutely.
Where you could call in and punch in your number?
3 for
and Two Live Crew would just air on repeat, like over and over and over again. It's so quiet. I don't even think you can say like the name of Two Live Crew's records on the air anymore. Even the edited versions, I don't think you can say the names of them on the air anymore.
I don't know. I don't know if you can.
I'm not going to find out.
Yeah,
I don't point that out.
I ain't saying it.
I mean, y'all can try that on your own. I ain't gonna find that out. But Two Live Crew they were a different phenomenon.
MTV, but like I said, that's crazy though. Have you seen? I know you've seen Ridiculousness, right? The show, Rob Dyrdek.
I've never seen.
You've never seen it. So
when you said Ridiculousness, I thought you were using that as a descriptor.
It's a 30-minute show that basically shows like viral videos, and it's a 30-minute show, and they show it only 8 hours a week on MTV is Ridiculousness not shown on the station. Other than that, they're just re-looping the show ridiculousness over and over and over again.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the show's not even that good. Like it's okay. Like I get it. It's viral videos and stuff, but it's literally the ridiculousness channel. This is crazy. It's crazy.
Jesse just hit up, says, I just looked up Two Live Crew's 5 most popular songs on Spotify. You definitely can't say it on the air. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Two Live Crew. Shout out to my girls, the City Girls. Gave Two Live Crew a shout out on Twerkulator.
Okay. All right. You got to get on that hip hop evolution, man, and see.
I thought about I was about to watch it last night, but we ended up watching the BET Awards.
Okay. There you go. I was listening to Brian Winters this morning, and he does a podcast, and he had a couple of kind of just mentions of a particular star who hasn't said anything about wanting to leave, but apparently the organization is already concerned about it.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan Mitchell in the Utah Jazz. According to Brian Windhurst, one of the main reasons Dwayne Wade was brought into the Utah Jazz ownership, and Windhurst was careful to clarify this, that Dwayne Wade definitely, like, he bought in, like he has a percentage or whatever, like he bought into ownership, and he stamped that with, he got a real, as we would say, he got to play a player price. He got to hook up. And part of the reason he was brought in, again, according to Brian Windhurst, is because the Utah Jazz are concerned about Donovan Mitchell's long-term future. Now, let's be clear to what that means. Donovan Mitchell just signed a contract extension, just like I think De'Aaron and Jamal Murray did, which means his contract starts
next year,
now. Yeah. Right? It starts August 1st or whatever.
8th, whatever it's going to be.
And so I don't know. He didn't frame it as this, like this is a massive, concern, and they're doing everything. It's just apparently something that's already on Utah's radar, is the concern about Donovan Mitchell. And he brought up Donovan's frustration in having to deal with things like what happened with Russell Westbrook in Utah, and the constant conversation, if you will, about Utah Jazz fans and the dynamic that exists there. And he doesn't really like having to be the one who has to speak to that type of stuff. Okay. And so part of the reason Dwayne Wade, again, according to Brian Windhurst, is to help quell that and keep Donovan happy, or find ways to make Donovan happy.
Right.
Which I thought was interesting.
Yeah. I'm always, I always take a second before I criticize Utah sometimes and be like, why would anybody want to go to Utah? Why would anybody want to play there? Because I'm sure people will probably say that about Sacramento. I think Sacramento is a more fun city than Salt Lake City, Utah. But I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Plus, I'm here, so I'm biased, right? But at the end of the day, it's where you work. It's not where you have to live in the off season or anything like that. It's where you work. And if D Wade can continue to remind Donovan of that, I don't know. Maybe that'll be enough. I don't know. I would have the same concerns if I was Utah Jazz. I'd have the same concerns because nobody has really stayed like that and been a lifelong Jazz player aside from Karl Malone and John Stockton. Nobody say Darren Williams
they've
left.
Got their own problems. So
absolutely, right. Darren Williams left. Even Gordon Hayward left.
Yeah,
You know
that's a good one. That's the contemporary.
And you got to think that Donovan Mitchell is going to leave. Like he signed this extension because you almost
have to.
You have to.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say
for your bank account. Yeah. It's the financially responsible thing to do. Like you got a big decision. You got a big decision to make as a young adult, and you're getting offered this amount of money, 160 with a chance to make it 190. You take it, and it's the right move for De'Aaron. It's the right move for for Donovan Mitchell, and it was the right move for the Utah Jazz as well. And there are some interesting extensions coming up too that we could dive into after this conversation. But
no, we can definitely get into that. But yeah, Donovan, I don't, just the gut feeling here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he signs his next contract with Utah.
Oh, I don't think he does either. The question I think is, does he make it to the end of this one?
I don't think he does, because didn't they play out Gordon Hayward's contract and he left?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they make that same mistake again. Whether it's with 1 year left on the deal or, the new the 2 year left.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, do we go new and are we talking the middle of next year? It's like, this is, I can't be a part of this. I can't envision that. What do you mean?
Like, he's got the extension starts next year, right? And it's a 4 year.
I think it's 5.
5.
I think it's 5. Can we double check that, Jesse? Because I think that's the incentive, right? Yeah, I think that's the incentive. That's part of the incentive for signing with the team that you're drafted by. Year. Yeah, you get that extra year, and thus in this case, it gets you that extra, 30 some odd $1 million or whatever it may be.
And look, I'll say this, and tell me what you think about it. I know people want guys to stay somewhere their whole career, but if you're getting 8-9 years out of a guy, if Utah or Sacramento, that's pretty good.
Yeah, like, and I mean, it's
pretty good.
And look where Utah is. Like, Utah is not, like, they're not. This isn't a shot. They're not the Kings. You know what I mean? They're not the Timberwolves. Like the Timberwolves, like, we were talking about yesterday getting on a guy who's hasn't asked out yet. Like, don't wait till they ask out. Don't wait till they get to the Anthony Davis part. And that's why, like, if you're the Portland Trailblazers and Dame Lillard is at least thinking about it, it's at least in the back of his head, you have to do your part as an organization and think, what's best for us? And you and I debated this extensively yesterday. Do you do everything you can to appease and make Dame Lillard happy? Because it felt like the Chauncey Billups hire would make Dame Lillard happy, but he reacted on social media. It doesn't appear that it's the Chauncey Billups hire that upset Dame Lillard. It's the reaction from some fans about the hire of Chauncey Billups, which this is, this is another conversation you and I have talked about extensively. You don't want that smoke if you're a player. That's why when unless you're 18th year in the league, Kobe Bryant or LeBron James, you don't consult organizations on hiring coaches. When you're an 8-year, 9-year, 10-year player, or whatever it is, and it's belief you're going to be with this team for a long time, you don't do that because of situations like this.
You stay out of that.
Or if it fails, like let's not even go the extreme circumstance of the Chauncey Billups allegations from 1997. Let's say Chauncey Billups get out there and this team starts 0-18, or they're 2-20. Oh, this is Dame's guy. It's what Dame wanted. It's what Dame want. It's you don't want that. That's why I always say, like, players, like, you don't want to be involved in this unless you're late in your career and you're of the ilk of a Kobe Bryant or LeBron James. You don't do that. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
And you get the response that Dame Lillard gets.
Right.
And he's not used to that.
And it's interesting. You probably heard the same thing that I did, how he's trying to be like, man, I got nothing to do with this. And he did come on the record and say, like, yo, I like Jason Kidd, I like Chauncey Billups. And
neither one of those guys have the most spotless of records. Like, the Chauncey Billups thing is one thing. The Jason Kidd thing is very, very public.
So, and even then, it's like once again, Dame, we know they talk to you about it. We also know, at least we can think, it's not your decision. You could simply say, hey, man, they talked to me about it. I gave my thoughts about it. I'll keep that private. But at the end of the day, I don't sign the checks. These guys are going to be here. They're here now. They're going to be here when I'm gone. This is their organization. And I just make best with whatever decisions they make, and leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a simple, realistic answer. But nah, I thought more about what you said yesterday, especially after hearing some different stuff, hearing some of the same things that you heard. But you talked about how he's using this as an out, possibly, and he's just laying that foundation to be like, oh yeah, well, I didn't like when this happened this way. And I think that's a spot on observation by you there. I think he's putting this in his back pocket. He's laying the groundwork, putting this in his back pocket if he does try to leave.
I know Dame tries to, I don't want to speak for him. I feel like he tries to act like losing, and that's not fair because Portland's been successful, but not winning a championship, right? Or losing. There is no right time to lose in the playoffs. Maybe not being in the finals, not winning a championship. I feel like he tries to act like that doesn't bother him.
Right.
And it's okay. Like if it bothers you, like that's the competitive spirit of professional. That's why you are where you are. There are very few athletes, certainly very few athletes in your league that don't have that competitive spirit. And I don't mean league like the NBA. I mean those upper echelon athletes like Dame Lillard is. It's okay to not be happy about not winning a championship, but sometimes when he talks or when he tweets stuff, I think he tries to do it in a manner of like, oh, there are things more important. There are things more important. It's like, okay, what? And then it's moments like this where you realize, yeah, the losing does bother you. And that's, again, it's okay that it bothers you. There's this whole like, oh, he's been fiercely loyal to Portland. Like, what does that mean? Like they've offered him big contracts and he signed them. Right. Like, what do you mean? He's been fiercely loyal. Like he could have been traded to Sacramento. He could have been traded to Minnesota. Like he's a great player. He's, I guess that's what fiercely loyal is in the NBA today, is that he's a star player on a team that hasn't won a championship and hasn't asked for a trade. I guess that's what being fiercely loyal is. And I love Dame, man. There are a few better than Dame. I just think he's uncomfortable with the fact that he doesn't like to publicly acknowledge he doesn't like losing.
Right.
I feel like this is the first time, and we've seen Terry Stotts fired now. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of their season plays out. But this, I feel like, is the first time where he's actually acknowledging, getting eliminated in the first round that's not good enough.
Right.
We've got to be better than that.
And I think that if we're being real, he doesn't have to say it, but he sees like this ain't gonna get better. Like I think in the past, he was like, "Well, just give it some time."
Yeah.
We make some moves here and there. Yeah, me and CJ at the time, we're still young, we're growing. Maybe we can do what Steph and Clay did or something like that. But now he looks around and he's like, this team has reached its ceiling. It's maxed out on its potential. And where are we going to get better? Like, there's no light at the end of the tunnel for what he's trying to do. He's made it to Western Conference Finals. He's made it to the playoffs. He's trying to get a chance at a championship. And he looks at Portland, and maybe for the first time, he's looking and he says, I don't see it. I don't see how this happens. And now, maybe that's when he puts in he lays the foundation like we talked about making his exit out. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't want him to, but I also wouldn't have a problem with it. At some point.
You wouldn't want him to leave Portland?
Nah, that's just kind of how I am. You know how I am. Like, stay and make it work. But they've exhausted all the possibilities of the team that they have built. And if they, I feel like they got the most out of it. I don't feel like that was the championship caliber roster. No,
maybe not a first round exit team, but that's not a championship roster they had in Portland.
No, not a championship roster. They had some great moments, as a franchise, and they battled the Warriors a couple times and things of that nature. But it is what it is. Like you said, they reached the max of what they could do.
And now the question is, what are they going to do next? I do have a couple of other, we talked about Dame Lillard. Maybe if you're Portland, you've got to act. Obviously we just had the discussion about Donovan Mitchell. I still think it's a little bit too early for that, but I think there are a couple other players that we haven't talked a ton about that, again, in the same vein of don't wait till they ask out, act now. And of course we're being selfish because those types of things, I think, benefit the Sacramento Kings. I think once a player asks to be traded, teams like the Kings don't have a chance. But if you sneak in there, like a thief in the night, maybe you could get something done with the general manager. I have a couple other names I want to throw by you. You could hear those. You could co-sign them. You could laugh on them. You could crap on them. You could do whatever. But I want to throw them at you. We got another on this day, and I want tell me what happened with the Giants last night. You say it was just a self-inflicted wound, so we'll touch on that. The Giants have now lost 2 in a row. We'll talk about the importance of this Dodgers series as well. And what ESPN said in their latest mock draft about their selection for the Sacramento Kings. Spoiler alert, it sucks. It's coming up here. Yeah, it's coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I did see that.
Baby Boy came out today? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the great 180s in the history of movies for me.
You didn't like it at first.
I know. I thought it was garbage, and now I love it.
So okay, John. I see you having fun in here. I'm just looking. I went over to YouTube. I see, man. There's 99 people in here, man. We appreciate it. 52 thumbs up, huh? That's how we doing. That's how we doing.
Man, you guys take the time.
You know what? I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all are like the Marvin Bagley sometimes. Y'all need that extra motivation. Y'all are the Willie Cauley-Steins. That's what y'all are sometimes. You get in here, man. Look at all these people in here watching. Man, this is fantastic. We'll have a great, a bunch of people will watch after the show. And then you look, we're just neglecting that little thumbs up button that literally takes, boom, just as quickly as I snap my finger.
And I just want to make sure all the people that are here, are you subscribed as well? Come on.
Are you? Can you get some?
Make sure everybody in here is subscribed.
We're 20. We're scared of the. Okay, Ben Simmons. Let's go. Can we at least get to the juvenile number? Can we get to the sophomore class field trip? where man? No. So now everybody's texting. Okay, there we go. Jamie just called me. There we go. Let's get that number up there. We up to 60. Let's get it in. And they're scared of I'm scared of the gun show, man. That's all right. Smash that thumbs up button, man. Don't break anything. But let's go. Yeah, that's fine. Is he asking for topics? Sure. Yeah, we could talk about. Yeah, we could do that. No problem. And we'll probably ask about the Western Conference game tomorrow also. One more. Go on. Let's get that. Let's get. Where's securing the Bagley? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. He might be mad at us. I don't know.
He might be. He really gonna be mad at 3:00. He's really gonna be upset with us. I think you follow on Twitch, don't you? It's not I think you hit the you hit the heart button or something like that. Man, I got some. I'm like I'd share y'all with everything. My girl Sierra, who was the property management place for that house I wanted, she emailed me a few minutes ago. We might have some luck coming your way.
Oh, baby.
We're still processing some items, but hold tight. I'll keep you posted.
Oh, baby.
Man, come on, man.
Yeah, come on now.
Let's get it in. Let's go, Sierra. This beat is on, man. Every time I say her name out loud or go to, I can't, how do you say Sierra and not sing a Sierra song?
Well.
Oh, you hate Sierra too. Okay. No, that's fine. No, it's fine. Kenny hates Sierra. It's fine.
Calm down. I do not hate Sierra. I wouldn't have gone with that song. I mean, her two best songs are Promise and
Fam, bro. Look at
Body Rock.
No, Kenny. Look at the
no,
Kenny.
Bring the wax. Bring it on air. I don't care.
Y'all come get your mans right here.
What?
Please.
What?
No, see, look, you get all hot tempered and you get all worked up. And you didn't even let me explain. We're just picking. This is why you got to be on Twitch. We're the only radio show in the world who tells people not to listen on the radio. We tell people to go to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We love everyone listening on 1320 AM. And of course, the very, very important Odyssey app. That's where the money is the Odyssey app.
Absolutely. Shout out to Odyssey.
If you watch the show, because I don't think I've mentioned it on the air, there's this whole me getting this house in Roseville saga, right? It's been told out over multiple levels of like excitement and sadness and more excitement and all of these different things.
Real life.
For real talk. But the young lady who I'm working with at the management company, her name is Sierra, and I just happened to mention on the commercial break. Whenever I go to email her, when I think of Sierra, when I have to tell her I got to call Sierra, I always think this beat is automatic, and I start singing a Sierra song. So Kenny gets all hot-headed and says, "What?"
I say that is not the song that we be singing. We would not be doing 1-2-step when I think of Sierra.
But what you're missing is go look at the years that My Goodies came out and 1-2-step came out. I was on the air at KSFM. You know how many times I played those records?
Probably 1 trillion.
That's why they stay in my head. I don't care. That may be at the very bottom of Sierra's power rankings, but those are the songs that are forever stuck in my head.
I think, I could be wrong. You weren't there when Promise was there?
No.
That was like next year.
I wasn't there. I left in 2008. I left in October of 2000. Okay, that's fine. I thought you just hated Sierra because of the Russell Wilson connection, which is just absurd.
No. I actually don't. And I actually love their marriage. I love, man. So he loves Sierra. He treats her like a queen. They have beautiful kids. I think that's awesome. I'm being dead serious. I love their relationship.
Is it wrong that one of my favorite Kendrick Lamar songs is Love?
No. Why would that be wrong?
Well, that'll be because Kendrick's got some heat, like some burn your eyebrows heat. Love isn't one of them. It's just a record that I love.
Love goes hard, though. Love goes hard. He still got bars in there. I mean, Kendrick always has bars.
I was listening to that one he did with Big Sean yesterday. I forgot what it was. He eviscerated everybody. Yeah. I was listening to that. Is one of the most.
Is it Control or is it?
Yeah, that's it. It's Control. That's what it is. It's Control. Oh, it's heat. Oh my gosh, it is. It is one of Kendrick's greatest verses.
Every time, was it with you? No, I think it was with my cousins when we were in Vegas, and it was like, we talk about who's the, hottest rapper. This guy's got bars or whatever the case may be. And then, sometimes people will be like, yeah, Kendrick got bars, but I don't know, man, if he got it like Cole or something like that. But then you put on a Kendrick song, it's like, this dude's something else, man. This dude is something else.
His verse on Freedom on Lemonade, dude, Kendrick is different, man. And you know how great Kendrick is? He wins a Pulitzer Prize for Damn and just decides, I ain't gonna make another record. I'm just gonna disappear. I ain't seen nor heard from Kendrick Lamar in years.
One thing that I can say though is I don't like how you sneeze at J. Cole Kendrick comparisons.
I don't think they're the same.
I don't think they're not the same at all. But I'm just saying, Kendrick is he there with him. He there. J. Cole
is there with Kendrick. Yeah.
Okay. Well, see, you did it again.
Kendrick is one. Kendrick is one, and Cole is up there. He's up there. I love J. Cole. Like, what do you mean? Kendrick and then J. Cole's there.
That's the second time in this conversation you've been dismissive of J. Cole.
I'm not dismissive of J. Cole.
So, Kendrick is up here. Cole is with him. No, they're there. They're just there.
No. Kendrick's ahead of J. Cole. Come on. I love J. Cole. Like lyrics. I mean, they're both phenomenal. But I'm more partial to Kendrick. You know why? You know what I love about Kendrick is the shift in personalities. And this is, I think, what some people liked about Eminem, and it ultimately what drove me crazy about him is sometimes his personality would shift and he'd have two distinctive different sounds. But one was like goofy, and one was serious. But with Kendrick, one goes from just like delivery, and this is probably, you talk about therapists, this is probably where I need a therapist. When he gets that angry sound and his voice gets raspier, dude, that Kendrick's untouchable to me.
See,
like angry Kendrick is untouchable.
Oddly enough, that's initially what I didn't like about Kendrick. Like when he was
too cool, because you don't get angry.
He was talking to himself like in swimming pools and stuff like that. I wasn't feeling that. I was like, no, I don't like this. But I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Now, swimming pools is just crazy. All right. I don't have a problem with it. But I like when he, you know, when he just Kendrick. Ain't no voice switching. Kendrick. I
like angry Kendrick. I've heard it described as straight delivery is Kendrick, and then the angry delivery is K-Dot. That's how I've once heard it described.
Donnie agrees with you. Says K-Dot is in his own.
Well, that's because Donnie's smart. Donnie knows what's up. Like he knows the game. It'd be dope if we could get a Kendrick Lamar shirt over there at thedopenones.com. I'm just saying. Of course, I've been asking for a Tracy Ellis Ross design for, I don't know, 2 years, and got a Ray Allen line though. On this date in 1988, speaking of gear that the Dope Ones has, Coming to America was released. I wish we had known this yesterday. He spent a great deal of time talking about Jesse watching Coming to America for the first time, but it was released on this date, June 29th in 1988. One of the most rewatchable. I saw L. Duncan retweet this.
The 5
yeah,
10 times.
Coming to America's on the top of my list.
Coming to America's. I don't think I have 5 movies I've seen 10 times.
Really? Paid in Full is probably the close. It's up there.
It's up there. It's up there. Like off the top of my head, it's Paid in Full. Well, maybe I do have 5. It's Paid in Full, Coming to America, Above the Rim. You could probably throw Poetic Justice on there, and you might be able to throw New Jack City in there now.
Okay.
So maybe I do have 5, but it's like 5 only. I don't have 10.
Yeah, I don't have 10 either. Coming to America is definitely on my list. I think Boomerang is on my list for sure. I'd have to work after that. Like I'd have to really kind of sit down and figure out, okay, what movies have I really? Because I've seen The Godfather a lot, but I don't know that I have seen it in its entirety 10 times. That's like LeBron. That's like there's just so many lines. Just name one, LeBron. Oh, I can't. There's so many. I just can't name them. Can't name them.
Marcus brings up a good point. If you haven't seen Friday 10 plus times, you got to have a comment. I think
you can put Friday on the list. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, you put Friday on the list. I'm with that. Yeah, I'm with that. Murph text Pulp Fiction. I've never seen Pulp Fiction.
Never seen it either.
I've never seen it.
Although I do kind of like the GIF, where I've used it from time to time. I probably use it more when why am I drawing a blank on my man's name? The main character out of Grease.
John Travolta?
John Travolta. I drew a complete blank. With John Travolta, he's sitting there in the empty room, and he's like, if you guys can see me on here, he's got his hands out, he's looking around, and I don't know what that scene is about, but yeah. Serial Connection. I think I've seen Juice 10 times too. That's a good point.
Okay.
Juice is in there. Boys in the Hood. I'm pretty sure I've seen it 10 times. I don't know where it would be on my list of if you line all these movies up, you can just watch them in order. I love Boys in the Hood.
Right.
I love it, but I don't know if it'd be before Juice or I don't know.
Roddy says Dumb and Dumber, Coming to America, and Friday. I haven't seen Dumb and Dumber 10 times.
No, I don't think I can handle Dumb and Dumber.
I couldn't handle that 10 times either. I mean, if it's on, I'll look at it. Like it's there. Like if it's just one of those lazy weekends or whatever, I'll watch it. Coach Molly says she knows every single word to Space Jam. Are you looking forward to Space Jam too?
I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it, but it's actually it looks pretty good. Like it does look pretty good. I was extremely against Space Jam 2 when it was coming out. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Cole Game got a good one, and I know this is for a fact on my list. House Party might be the movie I've seen more than Coming to America.
I don't think I've seen it that many times. I've seen it. Maybe 10 is a lot. Maybe I've seen it like 7 times.
You know what's wild? And I haven't checked this since I initially saw it. And I think it's HBO Max.
Uh-huh.
HBO Max, I think it was HBO Max, had the House Party collection. But they had House Party 2, 3, and apparently there's a House Party 4.
Yeah, with Immature.
Yeah, they did. No, House Party 3 is with Immature.
No, well,
House Party 2 is the
Omarion.
Pajama Jammy Jam. House Party 1 wasn't on there.
Yeah, that's criminal, first of all.
Like,
That's
what are you even putting this up here for if House Party 1 isn't on there?
Yeah, absolute criminal. I think Marcus Houston at least was in 4. It was like Marcus Houston or Omarion or something was in 4. I actually hadn't
I don't know
seen
what.
it.
I don't know. I have no clue. Oh, okay. So they were in 4 also. Okay.
Yeah. I hadn't seen it, but I know it was
I
out
saw
there.
3. Bernie Mac.
The BET movie.
Bernie Mac. That sounds right. Bernie Mac was in 3.
Yeah. But 3 was a terrible premise. I don't really like the premise, but it had its moments. Chris Tucker was in there. I got money over here. I'm getting money over here. I'm trying to get some money over here.
You know, I love Kenya Barris. And I was reading about how he left Netflix recently, and he's got stake now in BET Studios.
So he's not doing the next episode of or the next
Black
season.
AF. So
Yeah.
they're doing like a movie. They're doing like a movie in the vein of National Lampoon's European Vacation.
I think that's gonna be funny.
They're doing a movie. Like, I didn't realize how like critical people were of that show. Like, I knew there were some people who really didn't like it.
Mhm.
I was entertained by it. Like, someone wrote, and he talked about, I think it was Charlamagne the God said this,
Mhm.
that he thought Black AF was a parody of black people. I thought it was a parody of Kenya Barris and his family.
Mhm.
And I thought it was hysterical. I thought it was, and Rashida Jones talking about the difficulties of being mixed. I thought was one of that was one of the most hit home scenes I had ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
And I guess I didn't realize people hated it so
I
much.
thought it was a good show. I thought it started a little slow. Like I felt in the first episode or two, it tried hard around finding stuff like that. And main theme as the series went along, but I thought it was pretty dope.
Yeah, I loved it.
So,
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jada and the Inkwell.
Mhm.
Jada and Sinclair was one of my favorite,
Mhm.
that's for sure. But you mentioned something kind of passingly. You talked about Black AF, and I think this would be maybe my first movie out of the culture that I would put in 10 plus times.
Okay.
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Okay.
I love that
Okay.
movie.
Okay.
Love it. I watch it pretty much every holiday.
Okay.
Love it.
Nothing wrong with nothing, a little vacation love. That's good stuff. That's a great movie. That's a great movie. What's the uncle's name? The Dennis, is it Dennis Quaid?
It's Quaid. I always get the Quaids messed up.
Yeah,
I think
Dennis,
it's
Randy Quaid is the good looking one. Randy Quaid is the quarterback. He's
Randy Quaid is the one that got slapped by his wife and
right. That's it.
Okay.
You are
She said,
Cap
"Get back
Rooney.
out there."
You are Cap Rooney.
Said, I can't put my legs, but he said, "Get your ass back out there."
But I don't want to. Want to get into the booth.
Oh,
Cap Rooney was the original Tony Romo.
Don't tell me that one, Don. Oh man.
Yeah, yeah. There are just some things that you don't want to find out about people in movies. Apparently, Phil Jackson is one of those people too.
Oh wow! I mean, now the receipts are starting to come out, and Scotty is not looking as crazy as we thought.
Well, let's be. Oh, hang on. Let's elaborate on that for a second. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. You can watch us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. That's a great way to take part in the conversation too. Is you could just jump in the chat house there. We've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in 8 minutes. As it pertains to Scotty and Phil, one, I'm not confident Phil is in the Babe Ruth category of the culture anymore.
Yeah, I dropped that bomb the other day, and I'm just saying. Now, I ain't saying his mama or his dad. I ain't even saying his grandma or his grandpa. I'm just saying you go down the lineage somewhere.
I'm not sure he's there though.
Okay. I'm just saying.
And if he is, I don't think anyone told him. I'm not sure anyone has told him he's part of the culture. But two, my concern with Scottie Pippen yesterday wasn't whether he thinks Phil Jackson is racist or not. I don't care if Phil Jackson is racist. If you told me Phil Jackson was racist, I wouldn't be. We're at the point here in 2021 where if you say insert name is racist, I wouldn't be surprised. And at this point, I don't even think I'd care. But my concern with Scotty was more of, one, he was speaking in a very strange, like he kept referring to himself as Scottie Pippen and him. And he was talking in such like this overly entitled way that he just came across so angry and so bitter. That was my concern for him. Whatever he thinks about Scotty, whatever he thinks about Michael Jordan, I don't care about any of that. Michael wasn't necessarily kind to him in The Last Dance. So if he wants to go start throwing some receipts back at MJ, that's fine. That's his business. He said clearly yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show, we're not friends. We weren't friends. We were teammates. My concern with Scotty lied in other places. The tone of that interview, the tone of the last two interviews that and I think he did some more. I haven't seen any of them, but the tone of the GQ article, the tone of the Dan Patrick article, the way he was talking to Dan Patrick, the way that he was talking about the interview in GQ, it's like, man, I don't know if Scotty's doing okay right now, man.
And I agree with you 100% there. And I still can say that I'm not exactly sure what people are talking about with The Last Dance as far as Mike or anybody being unfair to Scotty. All they did was recant things that actually happened.
I didn't say he was unfair. I said he wasn't particularly kind.
And once again, just recant things that actually happened. Scotty was the one that signed the bad contract. Scotty was the one in the middle of the bad contract who got surgery in the offseason and wanted to restructure. Scotty had a migraine and didn't play.
By the way, Scotty's not the only person who's ever done that. Scotty's not the only one who's ever had an injury and was like, you're not messing up my I got hurt. I got hurt. Boom. Yeah. Like I got hurt on company time. I'm gonna get better on company time. He's not the only one who's done that.
Shaq famously did that. But here's kind of what I'm not gonna call Phil racist by any means. And also because I haven't done the complete research on it. But our guy Donnie says Phil ain't racist. There's receipts of, let's just say, suspect behavior of Phil Jackson.
Absolutely.
Things that he did that if Greg Popovich said it, people would probably be like, oh, he's for sure racist. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some funny business with Phil Jackson when people dive into these receipts. I haven't seen enough to make me comfortable to say, yo, he's a racist, but I don't like the things that he said. And they had some interesting undertones, overtones, undertones, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Carmelo Anthony stuff. There's the LeBron James stuff. There's I think he blamed this generation's short attention span on rap music, which is phenomenal. But yeah, whether he is or he isn't, I don't care. I care about Scotty's well-being. And if Scotty's okay, and this is just part of selling bourbon and books, do your thing. Get at it. Like
he's doing a terrible job of selling bourbon. Like somebody said last night, if that's what that bourbon does, I don't want any part of it. I don't want any part of that bourbon.
That's real talk. We've got your chance to win. And I don't know what's in the book. Like, what's the name? And I keep seeing the bottle. Is it just Scotty's hand on the bottle? So I don't even think Scotty drinks bourbon. He was talking about tequila and vodka and mixed drinks. And I think he wants like a Moscow Mule. It's like, yeah, Scotty, you don't make that with bourbon. Like bourbon is that's a straight joint. But they I believe they call that neat. Serve it neat. Keep it moving. What was not neat, what is neat, is we've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in about 3 minutes. The Giants last night, second straight loss for the best team in all of it. Are you getting a little antsy?
I can't lie, I am.
Oh, are you? Okay.
That lead has gone down to, what is it, 3 now? And I'm like, I don't like that.
Back-to-back home runs to begin the game yesterday.
That would start.
Yeah, that's why you get paid big money right there. But giving up back-to-back home runs is a tough way for the Giants to start the game. That's some analytical work.
Now, so I said it was a bad way to start.
I'm glad you chose the route that you did. Thank you.
Well, yeah, they're 2.5 games up and three in the loss column is what I was thinking. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like that. But if they can get a win tonight That puts them back up 3.5, and then they got a series with the Diamondbacks coming up, and they got to win big time in that series.
And I meant to. Did they lose the first series to the Dodgers?
Yeah, they got swept at the crib.
So this has got to make you. This is tough. And the Dodgers now, wasn't that their 4th straight win? They had lost 4 straight, but now I think yesterday's win was their 4th straight win.
Yeah. Well, the thing about
they're feeling it a little bit.
They got swept by the Dodgers in San Francisco, but then they came back and won 3 or 4 against the Dodgers in LA. That's when Tauchman caught the home run, took away the
right,
and it catapulted them to winning the next 3. So they've shown that they can play with the Dodgers. And even last night, they had plenty of opportunities. They essentially, I don't want to say outplayed the Dodgers because the Dodgers won and they did it, but they had more opportunities to score than the Dodgers did last night. They were just 0 of 13 with runners in scoring position, and that doesn't even include Tauchman getting thrown out at second in the top of the 9th last night. So, they got Gosman on the mound. Aside from DeGrom, probably the best pitcher in baseball, and they're going to need him to show up tonight and deliver. And the bats are going to have to wake up. I said this when we were on CBS 13. I said it last week. I think they need another bat. They're missing Evan Longoria right now. They need to get him back as soon as possible, and I think they still need to add one more.
Who did you just call the best pitcher in baseball?
Gosman.
You sure he's the best pitcher in baseball?
I said outside of Jacob DeGrom.
Okay.
Right. No, Jacob DeGrom is crazy right now.
Prior to
Bryce mentioned last night, he was the best show in baseball, and it's hard to. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, absolutely not. What he's doing right now that's just ridiculous. But the magnitude of yesterday's game with the Giants and the Dodgers, the last time these two teams met with the top 2 records in the National League was September 11th and 12th in 1978. And again, we've used some numbers, we've used some dates, we've used some years to put the context, to put some historical context onto this San Francisco Giants season. Hang on.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. You have an opportunity to win $1,000 10 minutes past the hour of every hour that D'Lo and Casey are on the air. All you have to do is text the code word STUNT. 72881. That's STUNT. Like Kenny going.
Stunt.
That's it. STUNT. Stunt to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive.
No.
We've got several more weeks of this, so save that number in your phone, 72881. Don't text your sports takes to us. Don't send your movie takes there. That's for keywords only, and you don't want to get blocked by Odyssey.
Well, we got Jerry Traphouse in the chat saying, I don't like baseball, thumbs down. Well, Jerry, you need to get with it, all right? Because the Giants have the best record in baseball. The A's are playing well. You need to get with it, Jerry. Come on now.
Yeah, Jerry. Calm down.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Baseball's all good, man. It's the summer. The boys are summer.
And let's kind of be honest here. We've spent like 4 minutes talking about it. Come on, man, suck it up. We spent more time talking about The Wire, The Sopranos, Kendrick Lamar, and J. Cole. We spent more time talking about when Sierra's hits came out.
Yeah, that's facts.
Versus the Giants and the Dodgers. Suck it up, Trap House, and let's ride through this. But we have used some numbers over the course of the last really week and some change here. And maybe we started doing this at the 60 game marker to put this Giants season into context historically. You know, the one we just used the last 2 times that the Dodgers and the Giants have played with the best records in Major League Baseball was September of 1978. It's no longer what are the Giants. Like, they're a World Series caliber team. I think the question is now they're going to have tough playoff series ahead of them, barring just a ungodly collapse. Yeah. They're going to have some tough playoff series ahead of them. And the question will be, you know, with limited time to make adjustments, you know, how much can Kepler and this group take advantage of short turnaround times or adjust to short turnaround times.
And I've said a couple of different times, I don't think a big trade is coming because I don't think they're going to do it. And I wouldn't want them to trade some of the young talent that they have in that farm system. When you talk about a Luciano, when you talk about Helio Ramos, when you talk about what's my Hunter Bishop, I wouldn't want those guys being traded. So that's what it would take to get somebody in that could really affect your lineup or affect your starting lineup or starting rotation or anything like that. I don't want those moves to happen. So this is going to be the group, aside from maybe a move here or there. This is going to be the group. They're going to have to figure it out.
The Dodgers and the Mariners are the only teams the Giants have an under 500 record against this season in head-to-head matchups. They're 3-5 versus the Dodgers. They're 1-2 against the Mariners. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. I mentioned some names in terms of the NBA, in terms of the Sacramento Kings that I want to put in the back of your head. I want to get your thoughts on them. We'll do that. Plus, the 13th round begins now over on Twitch and YouTube. Head over there at Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, gotta bring in Jesse. Hold on one second. Jesse's in here. For the 13th round. Now, David had a question about Gordon, but was a question from you about Ryan Garcia. What's up with him?
I need someone to explain to me like the hype behind Ryan Garcia. I don't get it. Like he hasn't really fought anyone, I don't think, and I feel like he gets a lot of hype. I think someone tweeted about too because he punches celebrities in the belly.
Yeah, well, see, Ryan Garcia, he's not famous because of these YouTube videos, and I think it was actually like Instagram videos. And he his hands are incredibly fast. Like some of the fastest hands I've ever seen. Although I was watching him do some of the same stuff he does. Tank's hands are actually just as fast, so maybe it's not that incredible. But either way, go ahead.
I feel like you can take any box and be like, oh yeah, like their hands are fast. I don't think Ryan Garcia really does anything that stands out.
I don't know. I feel like he does, though. I do. Like, I look at Ryan and some of the videos that he posts out. Mind you, this isn't like in boxing. It's like in workout. It's almost like dribbling tricks in basketball, right? And his hands look unbelievably fast, ungodly fast. But to your point, I mean, he's a good-looking guy. He's got the fast hands. He's had a couple of good wins, a couple of good knockouts, and a couple of step-up fights. But I mean, it's almost Oscar De La Hoya all over. That's what it was when Oscar was the fighter. Like Oscar was the golden boy, literally. You know what I mean? Ryan is a successor to that. So that's where some of the hype comes from. But I think he's a good fighter. I do think Ryan is good. I don't think he's as good as Tank and as good as Devin Haney. I'm not even sure what he would do with Tito, but I don't think he's better than Tank and Devin Haney.
Yeah, you can take me off after this. Like, yeah, I don't think he's on that level either. Oscar lost every big fight he ever had.
This is facts. Oscar routinely would lose the big matchups against Shane Mosley, who was juicing at the time, I will say that, but against Bernard Hopkins, against Floyd. The only big fight Oscar won was he lost against Tito Trinidad. Only fight that he won was against Fernando Vargas, and is that it? Is that the biggest fight he ever won? Was against Fernando? Yeah, it's cat. Come on, that's cat. That's 100% correct. So, yeah, Oscar. I will always give credit to Oscar for taking those fights. He always fought the big fights. These are the issues that I have with Canelo, and Oscar didn't do that. Oscar fought everybody, would move up, do whatever to have the biggest event and the biggest fights. But I mean, you're right. He never won those fights. But I give him credit for taking those chances. Vargas had real heat for Oscar. He had real heat. He didn't like Oscar at all.
I was just out there taking my sweet ass time. Like, Kenny's got this. I'm like, hey, man, I want to go back to the studio.
Yeah, you got the court. Yeah. Okay. No, you're right. I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying the mega fights, he always lost. Tito was a star. They still love Tito. Tito was a star. That's a slept on. Can I say a slept on market? The Puerto Rican market, and you see it with how they love Berlanga right now. That's a slept on market right now, and it's on its way back with a guy like Berlanga. Yeah, they need somebody to wake him up. Berlanga's that guy to wake him up. I'd love to see Berlanga versus, I'll say Canelo, but even a David Benavidez or something like. I'd love to see the Puerto Rico Mexican rivalry at its height right there. Be sure to join us tomorrow on the 13th round. Go ahead, Damon. You're back.
Kenny's boxing talk got so popular that we literally created a show within a show. Now, we used to kind of like stagger our breaks, as we've said a million times on Twitch and on YouTube. We don't go to commercial. We don't leave. It's not like we mute the microphones and talk to each other, or we look off into space or watch TV. Like, we just continue the show. Like, we just continue to talk. And every time I got up, KC would go into this boxing talk with everybody that's watching. And now it's so much to the point where we've created an actual segment for boxing.
Hey man, it was the people. Well, it was David. Ramsey likes it too. A couple other people will get in here. Well, like you said, over the weekend on Saturday, people were tweeting D'Lo and KC like, "Oh,
yeah,
I get that 13th round."
Probably should have done a live show Saturday if you were in any sponsored by Luke Belair at Bamboo Rum, whichever.
You might be able to catch me this Saturday after Chris Colbert's fight. I like Chris Colbert.
There's a lot of fights to keep up with, man.
Oh, it's a PBC summer. It's crazy.
You know what we might have to start doing as I create more work for Jesse? We're just producing the show live on the air, so don't mind us. We might need to cut that commercial break every day and create a new part on a new playlist on YouTube called the 13th round, and it's just that commercial break of you guys talking boxing.
Hey, check this out. Is that break 3 minutes?
About? Yeah,
that's around 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's 13th round. 13th round. There it is. There it is. A couple of quick notes. Shohei Ohtani hit his 26th home run of the season. Man, and of course, it was his first one in Yankee Stadium yesterday. Not only was it his first home run, I think it was his first hit in Yankee Stadium. He was 0 of 9 previously. Here's another note, and this popped up last week. Steve Kerr told NBC Sports Bay Area that he thought Kevin Durant was more gifted than Michael Jordan. He said, I think he's more gifted. I really do. That's saying something, but Kevin is different. Entirely different breed. He's 6'11" with guard skills, unlimited three-point range, passing, shot blocking. His shot blocking at the rim is just stunning. Watching him this year was really, really gratifying to see. Matt Barnes later co-signed that he thought Kevin Durant was also most gifted than more gifted than Michael Jordan. What did you think when you heard that? I understand where Kerr and Matt Barnes are coming from, and I think like people, not saying he's better, by the way, before everyone gets all worked up.
But they already did. People get worked up because Steve Kerr said something like that, and it's like I can understand what he's saying. I understand that Kevin probably has more tools in the bag than Mike has or had, but Mike's tools were unstoppable. Now you can make the argument that KD's are unstoppable as well, but no, Mike's really, really were unstoppable. Like it was insane. And when you look at Mike, especially when he got to the triangle, there was, it was catch the ball, 1-2 dribble, pull up in your face, pump fake, pull up, spin around in the post. It wasn't a lot there. Like he wasn't dribbling the ball up the court, crossing over, hezzy, 2 times between. He wasn't doing all that. He wasn't doing Kyrie Irving out there. It was pretty simple, but it was unstoppable. Michael Jordan got to wherever he wanted on the court. So I understand the premise of what Kerr and Matt Barnes are saying as far as Kevin Durant is more talented, has more tools in the bag. That does not mean that he's better than Michael Jordan.
Is there a more gifted athlete in basketball right now than Kevin Durant?
I'm a little biased here. I think.
Are you going to say Kyrie?
I think Kyrie is as gifted as anybody I've ever seen.
Wow, you really love Kyrie Irving.
The things that he can do with a basketball and the shot making that he has, I've never seen anything like that from really anybody. Like, just imagine. So you look at Kevin Durant and what he's able to do, and he's gifted. Kyrie, I don't want to say he can get any shot he wants. He probably feels like he can, but the things that he can do, handling the basketball, slicing through a defense. Kevin Durant doesn't really do that. He don't slice through a defense at 6'10". I'm not asking him to, but Kyrie can get a shot from anywhere on the court. He hits these shots. He can finish around the basket anyway. He can get there any type of way. I'm just saying, I'm probably completely in the minority. I've never seen anybody with the gifts on a basketball court that Kyrie has. It's crazy. It is crazy.
You really, really like Kyrie Irving.
I do.
Like, your love of Kyrie approaches my love for Russell Westbrook. It might even surpass. Like, it might surpass. Like, I'm not arguing anything that you said. It gets difficult when you try to say who is the most ... the most athletic, the most gifted, the most talented, like whatever. But the word in this conversation with Steve Kerr in NBC Sports Bay Area was gifted, and I thought at least he laid it all out there beautifully when he talks about guard skills, unlimited 3-point range, passing, shot blocking. Jordan did have all three of those. He was a different type of shot blocker. Like, he's more, I think, like a chase down type blocker, because he would use his athletic ability to get up. Whereas, and certainly Kevin Durant's doing the same thing, but Kevin Durant is significantly longer than Michael Jordan was. Michael's not dead; he's still very much alive. So he's significantly longer than he is, and so his ability at the rim to defend the rim it's just a different style. Like, Jordan used to have a ton of. He'd get those blocks where the shooter wouldn't even see him.
Right.
Like, he'd be off.
He'd get Patrick Ewing all the time.
All the time. Like, did he make a fool of anyone more than Patrick Ewing, whether he was blocking and shot from behind or dunking on him? Like, you can't look at a Jordan highlight reel without seeing Patrick Ewing on it over and over and over again. And then he does another one where he does this like weird manipulated shots. Patrick falls down and he starts yelling at him. It's like,
that's my favorite. That's my favorite in the 92
damn, Mike.
Oh yeah. I love
like,
that one.
Patrick did something that Michael took personally.
Oh hell, they were boys.
Right. It's what
I hate what he does to his enemies.
Right.
Those were his boys. Mark Wong, you're right. I did see that. Phil Handy, who was on All Smoke podcast, assistant coach, great trainer, saying that Kyrie was the most gifted and his footwork is flawless.
But he's talking, he's talking about, he's saying most gifted and his footwork is flawless. I feel like there's a number of guys where you could talk about like De'Aaron is really unique in the league because of his speed. There aren't very many, there's a limited number of people when you're talking about the speed that De'Aaron has that go in his class. But when you talk about accumulating all of these different skills, man, there aren't very many. And it's shameful that we're this far into the conversation and haven't mentioned LeBron James as if he's no longer in the league. He doesn't have the range, I think, that Kevin Durant does.
Right.
But he certainly
he don't have the bag that KD has. And LeBron got a bag. Like, LeBron is good, but KD.
He got a coach bag. To if Mark Jones would hear, he would say LeBron's got the coach bag. And
he got a Louis. He don't have
but you'd kill my analogy if you said he had a Louis and KD had a Gucci.
Yeah, but coach is a little disrespectful. No disrespect to anybody who has coach's bag. But I'm just saying, to say LeBron has a coach bag, I don't know about that.
Okay, then we'll do it like this. LeBron's got a Gucci messenger bag. KD got a Gucci duffel bag. He can fit more in it.
There you go.
He can fit more in it. Someone tweet that to Mark Jones.
LeBron has the Gucci satchel.
That's what he is. He's got the man purse. We've seen LeBron's bags. We've literally seen him.
They're fire. Now, I mean, would this be out of bounds to say, I see Miss P in here. Maybe the Queen Bee is listening as well. Would this be out of pocket to say that Kevin Durant has a Birkin and LeBron has a Gucci?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know.
Because they're both elite. They're both on another level. But I think Birkins are more expensive than
Coming up at 2:43 over on Twitch and YouTube, Kenny will evaluate purses. It's the purse game here during the commercial break on
the purse game.
see, Donnie isn't paying attention. See, Donnie's working on my Tracy Ellis Ross design in the dope one's cave, and he's getting in here on the chat on YouTube and saying, "Nah, LeBron is more talented than KD." We're not talking about talented. We're talking about just pure athletic gifts. And Kevin Durant does have more in his bag than LeBron James does. Those two, and Kenny and I have said this on a million different occasions. When you evaluate NBA players, it's LeBron and it's KD, and then you can evaluate everybody else. LeBron and KD are in a tier all of their own that no one else is in. And then and that includes Steph and everybody else, and that includes Kyrie. Everybody else is in discussion after that. But it's LeBron, it's KD, and then you can do whatever else you want to after that.
I agree. Marcus gets it. He said Birkin is a top shelf bag. Mrs. P said Chanel would be the top shelf of those.
Chanel is not. I don't think Chanel's higher than Gucci. Is it? Well, why am I arguing with Miss P like I don't know?
From everything down here, I mean, Cardi B told me that.
Okay. Well, I'd listen to Cardi B because she knows the deal.
It's my girl, Cardi.
Who's the most if KD is the most gifted, keyword, KD is the most gifted in the NBA, who's the most gifted athlete today? And then there's no reason that it can't be Kevin Durant. I'm just I know who comes to mind, and I have the very first name that came to my mind. I don't know if it's him. I have two now, and they're both football players.
Oh, you mean in sports?
Yeah, in sports, the most gifted athlete in sports.
Jeez, I mean, this may sound boring. I feel like it's Lamar Jackson.
So we both went football players. I was thinking Derrick Henry, and then Lamar Jackson works for me too, and I was wondering if Tyreek Hill is on that list too.
Tyreek Hill is a hell of an athlete.
Lamar Jackson might be it though. Oh, Lamar Jackson might be it.
Lamar might be it. I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm looking in basketball right now. I mean, I think basketball was so spoiled by somebody like LeBron. Like LeBron is crazy. I mean, look, it's not the same. Russell's crazy though. Russ is crazy with what he can do.
Absolutely.
Is Giannis on that list?
Wilson and Westbrook. Yeah. Oh, of course. Giannis is absolutely on that list. Giannis is absolutely on that list.
Maybe it's my basketball bias, but I feel like it's got to be a basketball player in that discussion. So Derrick Henry is a good one. I would probably put Giannis or Russ ahead of Derrick Henry.
Would you put Lamar over Giannis?
I think I might. I think Lamar.
Would you put Lamar over Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Lamar may very well be the most gifted athlete in all of sports.
I don't think KD, this kind of sounds a little crazy when you talk about athlete. I'm not sure if KD's on that list.
Okay.
KD is just really tall and he's a freak of nature, but he's not.
He's gifted in his sport, not necessarily athletic. He's not.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not the most freakish athlete.
No. Giannis, what he does with his size and like his strength, like his muscles and his height and what he can move, that's kind of crazy. He is the Greek freak.
So, real question, and I can't believe I'm the one who has to ask it. Would Shohei Ohtani be on this list?
Yeah, he's got to be.
I mean given the really unique skill sets that he has, that we haven't. I don't think we've seen anything like this in our generation.
No, we haven't. I mean, he's just out of pure respect for not, like you just said, not seeing it.
Yeah.
In our generation, he's got to be on that list. On the list, at least. We ain't putting it at the top, but we say he's got to be mentioned.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Let's let's throw a couple of names at you outside of the gifted conversation. I had mentioned there were,
real quick before you start, we have an update from Mrs. P. The bag hierarchy goes Birkin, Chanel, Gucci.
Okay. Those are the power rankings.
Those are the power rankings. Birkin, Chanel, Gucci.
What kind of bag was LeBron wearing the day that he got up like a disappointed mother and left the press
that was
conference?
Louis, personally.
I don't know. It definitely wasn't a Louis.
Okay.
No, I think it was but I think it was the same maker as the suit, the short suit.
Okay.
I think it was the same maker as that.
Yeah.
And I remember looking up the price of that one.
That whole outfit was crazy. The price tag on that whole outfit was insane.
Couldn't pull it off. I could. I take that back. I could. I would have
You
to do
wouldn't
it.
have had socks though.
I would have worn it with.
like
I would have worn it. I don't care what you don't like. I don't dress for you. I dress for me.
I'm just saying.
I would have
like
worn
the
it with
socks
tennis
that
shoes.
LeBron did the socks. That was a nice touch there with the boots, with the socks.
But I don't. I can't do that.
I think you can. I think you're selling yourself short, Damien. I think you can.
I'm telling you right now. If I went to the Caraway compound, once I got past security, if I went in your house, because there ain't going to be any in my house. If I wore like shorts, right, and say, hey, Casey, let me put on your Jubilees. Let me put on your breeds. I would put them on, and you'd immediately look at me going, something's off.
That's not true,
bro. I have zero dark features to me, none. So if I have on like shorts, or if I have on something like if I have on anything but a suit, you know, in which I can obviously wear black shoes with that. Yeah. But if I have on black shoes, like with you would immediately like look at me and go, man, those shoes really stand out. Because it'd be the darkest thing on me. I have no dark features anywhere, so it doesn't blend in with anything.
You know yourself. I'm just saying, I got confidence.
You'd laugh. You'd burst out in laughter. Be like, you idiot, take my shoes off, man. You look ridiculous. You look stupid. Take my Jubilees off. That's what you'd say to me. And I'd be like, see, I told you. And you could confirm to everybody that I'm not crazy. I cannot wear black shoes.
You gotta speak that into existence too.
No,
you got enough swagger and aura to you where you can pull anything else off. I got Crocs on right now. I don't even like Crocs. I can make them look fresh though.
I strongly disagree with that sentiment. But if you like them, then more power to you. I'm just saying, I know I don't. That's not a bag I even open because I know I don't look good in them. Fashion Hour coming up at 3:13. D'Lo and KC exclusively on Twitch and YouTube. I've got a couple of names that I want to throw at you. We were talking about
I want to hear this.
Dame Lillard, now Donovan Mitchell. Guys who Ben Simmons is even in this conversation. Guys who haven't asked out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Portland, if you're Utah, certainly the conversations have already begun with Philadelphia. There are things that you've got to keep your eye on. We've talked about those. Those are all long shots for the Sacramento Kings, and I think they become even greater long shots if the players ask out. As we talked about with Ben Simmons in Philadelphia, Rich Paul's already involved. Rich Paul's involved. No chance he's coming to Sacramento. Absolutely none.
I agree.
So let me hit you with some other names. I mentioned Donovan Mitchell. Right. What about Rudy Gobert?
Like would I take him in Sacramento?
I'm talking about as a potential target for the Sacramento Kings. Rudy Gobert, the only thing bailing Rudy Gobert out of the Heat that he would have gotten this offseason was Ben Simmons. Mm-hmm. Ben Simmons' performance bailed out Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert would have been the target because Rudy Gobert got a lot of heat, but Ben Simmons diverted.
Crazy.
Ben Simmons diverted everybody's attention like a couple of hours later, and it just stayed with him. So Rudy Gobert, I don't think, is in any conversation of asking out. I think he's making somewhere in the vicinity of $75 million per year for the next 5 years. But Rudy Gobert, is that an enticing target for you? Again, all joking aside, he makes a grip the next handful of years, like significantly more than Ben Simmons.
He is. I like Rudy Gobert here in Sacramento.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And this name isn't unfamiliar. It's one we've talked about, but again, he hasn't asked out. He's not available. Karl Anthony Towns. The clock has to be ticking on Minnesota we've got to appease this dude quickly, or we're going to end up in the Anthony Davis New Orleans Pelicans situation.
Mm-hmm.
Act now. We're like those old infomercials. If you act now, we'll throw in a ... That's what some of these teams have to be like. We'll throw
They're free.
2 Karl Anthony Towns for the price of 1. What about Cat?
I mean, obviously he definitely appeals. I mean, he's great. I think they have a piece. They brought in his best friend. Like, that's the guy that he handpicked. Like, I want him in here, and D'Angelo Russell. He's got Anthony Edwards.
I'm sorry to keep doing this. Houston did that with James Harden like 3 years in a row.
Chris Paul.
Maybe they weren't his best friends, but they brought in handpicked guys for him. Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, same thing.
James Harden is a different cat from Karl Anthony Towns, though.
I don't even know what kind of dude Karl Anthony Towns is, to be honest.
No.
Other than, I don't play, so I tend to believe what Jimmy Butler kind of subtly said about him.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Like
for sure.
that, like it's not like if there are certain players come out, oh, that player's soft. Jimmy, Jimmy's just being Jimmy. But with Karl Anthony Towns, it's like I could see it.
Nah, yeah, I understand.
I could see it.
I don't know if I agree with him yet. I want to see a little bit more out of Cat. And to be honest with you, we've talked about it numerous times. I mean, it's just a different young man now. You know what I'm saying? From everything that he's got to go through, right? So it might be even a little unfair, to say, oh yeah, well, Jimmy was right all along because he's gone through some stuff. But I'm not ready.
Jimmy
to
was
go
there before
yet.
he went through that.
That's what I'm saying. So if he's soft now, it's kind of unfair to be like, well, Jimmy was right, because maybe he wasn't that way back then, and that was just Jimmy's assessment. But maybe now it's just changed a little. But yeah, man, I would love Cat. Yeah, that would be awesome.
But if you're Minnesota, do you start having those conversations, or are you still waiting? Because here's my concern: if Minnesota, I don't like Minnesota. Meaning, I don't like them to be.
I was about to say Phoenix Sun style.
No. I don't think I feel that way about anybody. But with Minnesota, no. I mean, I don't like them to be. I don't think they have a direction. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like them to be good. I don't like them to ascend. Like, they're the constant. Oh, they're going to get. Oh, they've got Karl Anthony Towns. Oh, they've got this. No, I don't see it. Like, I don't see it with them.
I understand. They've got D'Angelo Russell, though. They've got Anthony Edwards, who was top 2 in Rookie of the Year voting. You got Karl Anthony Towns,
and they still really
would have helped them. When they got all 3 of them there, they weren't good. They played better than what they had for most of the season. That coincided with maybe a bad decision by them by going 5-5 in the last 10 games of the season. Like, if they would have kept that pick and would have been able to have a top 4, top 5 pick, they could have parlayed that into maybe kind of what we're talking about with the Kings, parlaying that pick into a veteran piece or something like that. So there's a little off the table now when you talk about Minnesota, but I think they got to see what's going on this year. That's what I feel about Minnesota. You get a second year of Anthony Edwards. You see what you can do with D'Angelo Russell. I'm almost in the same vein of how I feel about Portland and Dame, is I feel like Karl is the last piece that you move. Maybe Anthony Edwards now is the last piece that you move, but you need a coaching change. You see if you can move on from D'Angelo Russell. You see what you can do. None of that works. Then you start looking at, all right, we got to move on from Karl Anthony Towns. But not first.
Okay. One more. Go ahead.
Go ahead, because I got a small one.
Well, this is an outside the box one, so it might be kind of easy for you to answer. But I've kind of told you how I felt about this before. Jamal Murray. Now, I know Jamal Murray is injured, and he's going to miss a chunk of next season. So maybe all of next season. So maybe we're not talking about an acquisition this year, or maybe we are. I don't really know, but I'm talking about Jamal Murray for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. And
part of me feels like, why would Denver entertain that? Right? That's the obvious question. Why would Denver even consider that? I wonder if Jamal Murray is going to come back to an entirely different Denver Nuggets team because of Michael Porter Jr. And you got Nikola, you've got the reigning defending MVP. Great. But now you've got a guy who you were, you could argue, Jamal was the number 2. It was Jokic, Murray 1-2. Now it might be Jokic, Michael Porter 1-2. And if you're Jamal Murray, you're coming back into a role that you're not familiar with. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know. Again, and that falls into the Siakam thing where I don't know how that helps.
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know how that helps next year, but something to think about. That's big money too.
That is big money. Man, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what move we made for that one. If you have enough assets to even entertain that, I mean, it would be like a pick.
Well,
it'd be the pick that we're sending around.
That we're just openly shopping. Well, he's injured, so you think about what does that mean for potential trade value.
Yeah.
You think about similar things that you think about with Siakam. I want to hear your thoughts. I know that you had something that you want to throw out, and I want to tell you what ESPN said in their latest mock draft about who the Sacramento Kings should take at 9 and why. Also, it's terrible. Plus, we're redrafting the 2018 draft class.
Oh boy.
Woo. We'll explain how we did this, how long we'll lay it all out for you. Plus another chance for you to win $1,000 as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Let me slide.
Yeah. I never even wrote down our picks. I gotta move these. Yeah, could you? Okay, perfect. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Thank you. Meant to do that all morning and never did it. What do we call my show? So, oh God, what is happening in here? So pants cut to shorts that are like way past the knee. Yeah. So jorts equal. Oh God, what is happening in here? Why? How did this happen? What is going on right here? I'm not even listening to the show because I'm shopping. Who brought jorts into the conversation? I need to know how this happened. I need to know how this happened. Jesse, can you let me try something really quick because this might not work the way I wanted it to. Can you type them all in at once? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I gotcha. And then, okay. Yeah. Thank you. That'd be perfect. I need to know what the heck are jorts to you. Okay. So this is the jorts show. Okay. Why did I know this was you? Why did I know, John? Why did I secretly know it was you? This is not true. This is very much not true. I know. And it's Dem. DEM. Get your mans in them. Okay. All right. David and John. No surprises here. And this is false. This is absolutely not accurate. I do not own jorts. John Cena rocked jorts for a long time. You are all responsible, though. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. Oh, man. See, King Ball, if I knew how to put you on timeout, if I could give you a 5-minute timeout, I would. I just don't want to accidentally block you. No, that is inaccurate. And I'm still Natomas till I'm not Natomas. But I really want to be in my nice little yard for the dogs. Oh dear. We're going to get Coach Molly in trouble. We're going to get Coach. Wait, Coach, what are you doing right now? Natoma Strong, baby. Natoma Strong. No, Brian, that is not accurate. Not accurate. Oh, wait, no. Where'd it go? Go get it. Let's get it. Let's go in. Wait, Michael's. I don't even know what that is, but get that blue bottle.
Dixon, that's a long ways away.
You, not from me, from you.
Yeah, Dixon is strike. Like I made a long trek out to West Sac on Sunday, and I went to Crispy Crunchy Chicken.
Okay.
Over in right off of Harbor Boulevard. And they were out of chicken. It was very disappointing, and out of biscuits more.
How do you?
More disappointing.
What were they selling?
It's at a gas station.
D-Lo and KC, where stereotypes come to life. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're going to have to revisit that one in the next commercial break because I got some questions about what my partner just said to me. Twitch.tv.
I know about it, man. Come on, man.
I don't know what's happening here. All I know is my partner said he went to get some fried chicken from a gas station. Wait, what? And then, of course, Jesse's like, okay, guys, we're back. Hey, wait a minute. I need further clarification here.
Man. That's the only place you can get the crispy country chicken.
At a gas station.
Yeah, they ain't got no store. They ain't got no restaurant. I think they're all at gas stations.
Just go to Chevron and hey, let me get 50 on pump 10 and
let me get a
2-piece.
Yeah, let me get a box. Make sure you add 2 or 3 biscuits in there. That's just what it is.
Okay. All right. Well, get on it then. Like, let's just I don't know what to do, man. I guess I stopped eating meat at the right time, right when they started putting chicken at gas stations. A couple of quick notes here. Kenny Caraway's mock draft 2.0 is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what that is all about. We're going to share with you what ESPN said. And speaking of mock drafts, we have a redraft. So Kenny had the idea of let's go back in time, and Kings fans often get frustrated about some missteps from the past and players that the Kings took that they shouldn't have took. So what we're going to do is we're going to redraft some of the Kings' most infamous drafts. Obviously, 2020 was flawless. Tyrese Halliburton's going to be a Hall of Famer, and it's way too early to judge. Plus, that draft would suck because if we really did redo it, Tyrese Halliburton wouldn't be there at 12.
Yeah,
so there's no point.
I don't know who the Kings would be.
We're not doing that one, and there's no reason to do 2019 because they didn't have a first round pick.
Right.
So that took us to 2018. So we're going to redo the 2018 draft. Now, the idea was let's redo these drafts just until the Kings select, and then we'll talk about how we landed on this particular player and different things like that. Well, the Kings drafted second here in 2018, so that'd be way too easy. Like, okay, that's like 2 minutes of content, and it's actually quite simple content. Unless, of course, you're Kenny Caraway and you're in charge of the pick, then it's slightly different content that we're going to have a discussion about. So we made the decision of redoing the 2018 draft until Marvin Bagley was selected. And so the way we did it is I pick, Kenny picks, Jesse picks. And we stayed in that order. Me, KC, Jesse. Me, KC, Jesse. And we went until Marvin was selected. And I think we were fair, but there was still some discussion after the selection was made that it was wrong. So even in a fictional redraft, we're arguing over Marvin Bagley's placement. So we'll let you know what we landed upon coming up at 3:20. Again, we're going to do this a couple of times. We're going to redo it with the 2017 draft, which is that's going to be difficult. We're going to redo it with a handful of other drafts leading into the actual draft coming up here at the end of July. So that's coming up at 3:20. We're going to have some fun with that. Can't wait to hear what you think about the selection the Kings made and where Marvin Bagley winds up. I had mentioned some players to throw at you. You said you had one before we get to the Kings draft on ESPN. You said you had a player that you wanted to throw our way.
Yeah, I mean, just a little situation, that you guys heard here first from me. Actually, it was just a question. I just threw out the question, and much like your Kevin Love question the other day, people were all over the place. But
no, they weren't all over the place with my Kevin Love question.
Well, not all over. That's a wrong word. They were
all over me.
Yeah. Same thing for me when I mentioned a possible Kyle Kuzma from a Buddy Hield situation.
Yep.
Kuzma,
I recall.
Been reported, he doesn't want to play in LeBron's shadow anymore. He wants to rock. So that may be a situation. I'll bring it up again.
No.
Marvin Bagley for Kyle Kuzma.
No. Oh.
I mean,
would the Lakers?
Actually, I take that back. Buddy Hield for Kyle Kuzma.
No.
Why not?
So the dude is saying he doesn't like this. This is real. He doesn't want to play in LeBron's shadow. He wants to rock.
He don't have no quote here. These are reports. We like this. The crazy thing about this is when people are like, no, hell no. We all agree Buddy Hield doesn't need to be starting. What is this haggle over trading a more expensive bench piece?
The question isn't that. The question is Buddy Hield better than Kyle Kuzma?
Maybe.
And what's the difference? $10 million, $12 million? Is he $8 million better than Kyle Kuzma?
No, he's not $8 million better than Kyle Kuzma. He might be a better player. He ain't $8 million better.
There's something about Kyle Kuzma that people don't like. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, but I don't know if it's the stupid look on his face, as my partner would say. I don't know. Like,
hair might have something to do with it too.
I feel like does Kuzma have like a Hollywood type persona?
He has a Hollywood type persona for not being good enough to have a Hollywood type persona.
Oh,
like he walks around like he's that dude. And he's not that dude. You're cool. Like if you were just like, yo, I'm cool, that'd be fine. But you're not that dude.
Do Lakers fans treat Kyle Kuzma like Kings fans treat Buddy Hield? And we're talking about like Twitter fans and different things like that, not the entire fan base. But is that part of the problem? Like maybe he's not that bad. Maybe he's not that bad.
I don't think he's that bad. Like I don't sit up here. If the trade happened, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, the Kings got fleeced. Once again, we're not talking about Buddy Hield, the starter. We're all in agreement. This guy's coming off the bench next year. I said I kind of like what Terrence Davis brings to the table more than a Buddy Hield in a lot of situations. This is a guy that we're really just taking out the pasture for his Sacramento tenure, and people are like, no, hell no, I wouldn't trade Kuzma for Buddy Hield. What you're talking about? An eighth guy on the bench? What are you talking about? And what do you really think that you could get for Buddy Hield out there? I mentioned last week one that I would take over this one for sure, and that's a sign and trade with Spencer Dinwiddie. I would love that. I would love that, but I'm not sure what you really think you're getting for Buddy Hield. Kyle Kuzma is the type of player that you're probably getting for him.
16 points per game for Buddy Hield. 15.2 for Kyle Kuzma. 2.5 assists, Buddy Hield. 1.9 for Kyle Kuzma. 4.3 rebounds for Buddy. 5.6 for Kyle Kuzma. Free throw percentage, 86 to 72 in favor of Buddy. 2-point percentage, 52 to 47% in favor of Kyle Kuzma. Ooh. 3-point percentage. This is career, by the way. 3-point percentage. 40 to 33 in favor of Buddy Hield. Overall field goal percentage, 44 to 43 in favor of Kyle Kuzma. Maybe it's not that big of a deal.
It's not. It's really not, and you're saving money. And for the crowd that always Now I'm just being an S starter here. But for the crowd that always says that people get better when they leave Luke Walton, Kyle Kuzma has actually gotten worse.
Oh,
he started off as a 16-point per game scorer, 18.7, and then he dips to 12.8, 12.9.
Every time we bring up Luke Walton, you got to bring up Kyle Kuzma. That's they won. That's they won. Since we're celebrating coming to America's birthday, I guess that's the line we'll use. That's they won. That's they won because that's the only one they got.
I gotta say, I would, if the trade was proposed, I would do the trade.
I gotta be honest. I'm gathering that I have greatly missed Captain Sabaloo. Greatly missed him. Welcome back, my friend.
Yeah. I would do the trade. I would do the trade. Because maybe I don't look at Buddy the same way that you guys. It's not, like you just said, it's not that big of a deal.
It really is.
And I'd be saving money. And that's kind of a priority for me.
Is it? Well, what are you gonna? This is what I like. What are you gonna do with it?
Well, you need it. If we're talking about trades, like you need some kind of room. You need some type of cap room. Signing free agents. Obviously, it's not Giannis. But if you want to go get a New Orleans Noel, if you don't have no money, like what you gonna do? Hell, if you want to re-sign Rashawn Holmes,
yeah,
what you gonna do? Like they need some kind of flexibility financially. And the guys that you look to create that flexibility are Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes, and Marvin Bagley.
The conversation around Kyle Kuzma really is kind of bizarre. Like he is talked about as if he is just like absolute trash, and he is no such thing.
No,
he's 25 years old, so he's 10 years younger than Buddy. Give or take a few. I don't know how many years Buddy Hield is aged this year. He seems to age differently than the rest of us. Oh, he's still 28, so he's now aging at a normal pace. One thing I say about Buddy, and I'll look at this as it pertains to Kyle Kuzma too. One thing I really do love, I appreciate Buddy's work ethic on the floor.
Yeah,
he busts his ass. He's played 82 games twice. He played 72 games the 2019-2020 season, and he played 71 games in the last season. Remember, those two seasons were 72 games. So that's pretty extraordinary right there. Kyle Kuzma, on the other hand, 68, not bad. 61, not terrible. 70 in an 82-game season and 77 in an 82-game season.
Wow.
Again, context is important. Not awful, but
I'll put it to you like this for you, anti-Kuzma people.
So everyone, put it like this for everyone. You could just say
if the Kuzma move allowed you the space to sign Rashawn Holmes, would you do it?
Good question. Good question. Curious.
I think that changes everything for a lot of people.
Okay, I'm with it. Here's what ESPN said in their latest mock draft. I should pull up to see. I know they had. I made note of this. They had Jalen Johnson going to the Spurs. So later, that was like 12th or 13th. Okay. And they actually, Jonathan Giovanni wrote about it in a similar vein that you wrote about it as it pertains to the Kings, taking a home run swing and risking whatever. But if you're the Spurs, you have the comfort to do that. Here's what they wrote about their number 9 selection. Keon Johnson. Tell me if this moves you. The Kings aren't particularly close to contention and would perhaps be willing to add a prospect who might not project as immediate contributor, but still possesses significant long-term upside. Keon Johnson is a tenacious defender who showed enough promising glimpses of passing and shot making to suggest outstanding things to come for a team that is willing to be patient with his development. Fam, that does not move me.
I mean, I like Keon Johnson. I do. I like what he can bring to the table. I'm not really sure what they're doing here at ESPN with this mock draft. I don't know what they're their evaluation of some of these players. Let's just say I don't agree. The biggest thing is they got a guy, they got the Kings passing on Jalen Johnson, Franz Wagner, Cody Crispert, and on Moses Moody to draft Keon Johnson. I don't see that at all. They have Moses Moody going at 18th to the Thunder. Yeah. This is a guy that just a week ago was top 10 in almost all mocks.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're seeing or what they're hearing.
What do you think about in that same mock draft? They have Scotty Barnes catapulted all the way up to number 5.
I could believe that. I mean, in my particular mock, I had Scotty going 6, and I could see with some of the buzz that's going on with Scotty Barnes, how somebody could convince themselves of, in this particular case, the Magic, and going with the Scotty Barnes over the Jonathan Kuminga. I could see that.
A quick follow-up for you. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 if you want to watch the show. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe there as well. We're going to redraft the 2018 NBA draft class up until we select Marvin Bagley. So we're not going to do the whole draft. Or are we? That's not fair. We're not. That's not fair. We're not doing the entire draft. But spoiler alert, Marvin's not selected second. So we've got that coming up for you in a couple minutes. We've also got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in 6 minutes. Scotty Barnes was a name, and it's kind of become a running joke on this show. We would often hear in the potential 8, 9, 10 range. How all of a sudden is he now being projected as a potential? You had him at 6 last week. Now we're seeing him on ESPN draft boards at 5. We're seeing him on some other draft boards in the top 5. Was it his combine performance? Was it tape watching? Like, what has happened that all of a sudden, we tell our jokes about Scotty Barnes, but now it's like, wait a minute, maybe he is that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it could be all the above. I've heard, different interviews with Scotty, and he seems like an impressionable young man. Seems like somebody that you would want to have in your building and somebody that you would help build your program. So I can understand why people like him. I really can. I think for what the Kings are looking for, I shouldn't even say he doesn't, because he fits a lot of what the Kings are looking for. They need toughness, they need defense, size, versatility out there. He fits all that. I still feel like you can find guys like that. I don't want to say anywhere, but you can find these defensive guys all over the place. And he's a little too high for where I would pick him, but people seem to be in love with him right now, man. And I can understand why. I get it.
Is it his defense? Is it his athletic ability on the defensive end that has people so excited?
Yeah, his defense and his toughness. Yeah, he seems like a tough dude, and guy that is willing to take on any challenge out there on the court, whether you're asking him to rebound, whether you're asking him to defend, at different spots, asking him to go in there and be a bully on the offensive and the defensive end inside. So I think that has a lot to do with this.
Okay. Obviously, we'll be talking a lot about the draft as the days and the weeks move along. And we'll be talking a lot about the playoffs as well. Paul George, 41 last night, leads the Los Angeles Clippers to a win. They're still trying to fight off elimination, but they're headed back to Los Angeles. You know what they say, role players play better at home? Well, the role players played pretty damn well yesterday. In addition to Paul George's 41, you got 22 from Marcus Morris Sr. You got Reggie Jackson contributing 23 key points, particularly late. He was so good in the fourth quarter. And DeMarcus Cousins, 15 points in his 11 minutes on the court. Really, that's about it. It's pretty bare the rest of the way. Nicholas Batum, Luke Kennard, they played, kind of their normal style of minutes. They didn't really offer much. It was DeMarcus Cousins and the starting 5 that got the job done. Devin Booker, 31 points again. Chris Paul, 22. Again, not particularly effective. It was a weird officiated game. But the Clippers got the win, and Ty Lue's legend of staving off elimination continues to grow.
Did you, real quick, when you talk about weird officiated game, I think we heard the same things. Did you hear the possibility of who could be reffing game 6?
My God, that's Scott Foster's music. If the NBA was, if 2002 hadn't tainted the NBA in this sense, I'd give Scott Foster his own music. That way, every time he walks out of the tunnel, the arena could just erupt and give him like no chance in hell. Like just go full in, make it the Vince. Make it the Vince McMahon music. Just walk him out there.
What's the record? Chris Paul, he was talking about earlier in the playoffs, like 0-15.
Like he's like never won. I don't know what the record is, but I know it's something pretty. It's pretty crazy. But yes, Chris Paul, did. I think they were. Got to get off that. You think that is that Chris Paul's fault, or is there real beef?
I think there's beef, but I'm not sure if he has everything to do with you never winning a game that he's reffed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think he's convinced, and that's kind of crazy to have. Like if he sees Scott Foster reffing tomorrow, he gonna be like, well, 0-16. Well, this is a lot. What the hell are you talking about? It's the playoffs. You got a chance to go to the NBA Finals. My grandmother could be reffing. I don't care. I'm about to go win this thing.
You know how I feel about Jay Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Did he purposely? Did he go Roddy Piper into Paul George's eyes?
It sure looked like it.
Yeah, it really did.
It sure looked like it.
That did not look accidental at all.
Now I don't know if he. I think there's levels to it. I don't know if he was like, I'm going to poke him in the eye. I think he was like, I'm gonna touch his face with my hand.
His hand, as we're demonstrating, his hand like went forward.
Yeah,
he had his hand in his face, and then his hand went forward, and he did it so subtly.
He's looking at his face. He's looking at Paul George when he does it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That was kind of crazy.
Scott Foster. Jesse says Scott Foster equals Earl Hebner, which is fantastic for those that get it. Chris Paul broke an 11-game losing streak in Game 2 with Scott Foster officiating.
Wait a minute. Clarify for me, Jesse. In Game 2 of what series? He didn't play Game 2 of this series. Well, that is bad job.
Maybe it's not with Chris Paul being on the floor. Maybe Chris Paul wasn't on the floor for that. It's just a team with Chris Paul in it.
See, that's a bad job then. Because Chris Paul has not snapped anything. He's on an 11-game losing streak with Scott running the game he plays in.
Chris Paul teams clarified by Jesse there. Okay. But Chris Paul individually, that streak is alive and well. The Undertaker is watching closely. Let's give away some money.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes
Chris
the
Paul
money.
gonna need this money if Scott Foster's officiating tonight, because he's gonna pick up a T or two. It's your chance for the Summer of Cash contest. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000 right now by texting the code word RUN to 72881. As in Scott Foster gonna run to this game. Text RUN to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. It'll be interesting to watch Trae Young run tonight, as his ankle is certainly going to be a major story.
That carriage is turning into a pumpkin right before our very eyes.
I'm not going to co-sign.
I mean, they have a chance to save their season tonight, but this is the season tonight for the Atlanta Hawks.
But absolutely. But if you're at the same time, though, if you're the Bucks, you've got to smell blood, right? And I think that's one thing. And I can't imagine being a Bucks fan, because I feel like that's the one thing they haven't done this postseason. Mm-hmm. They haven't smelt blood and gone for it.
Right.
They've just kind of, we talked about it when they lose game 1. They lost game 1, and we said headed into our weekend, I think Milwaukee's going to win game 2. And I wouldn't be shocked if they won in a blowout. That's kind of what they do. They've done it a couple of times this year. And I guess there's something to be said for that. It's the Eastern Conference Finals. They're still in it. They're up 2-1. Right. They respond well to adversity. But yo, you really do have a chance. You said this is Atlanta's season. You have the chance to put your foot on their throat. You've got to do it. Like you've got to get this over with. You can't allow Atlanta to linger around. Yeah. If Trae's ankle really is bothering him, you've got to take advantage of that, and you have to take advantage of it tonight. Again, something they haven't done this postseason.
I think, and you're 100% right with everything you say. I think they take care of it tonight. I think this is going to be the one that puts Atlanta down 3-1, and it's going to be tough. Sorry, Quavo. You know that you're not going to have no more games to go to after this year.
Well, okay. Thoughts and prayers to Quavo and all the folks in Atlanta, and thoughts and prayers to Alexis and Marvin's trainer from 4 years ago.
Earl Ramsey.
Earl, yeah. Thoughts and prayers to Alexis and Earl Ramsey, because we're going to redraft the 2018 NBA draft. Now, our idea is to fix the Sacramento Kings, but given that the Kings drafted second, we're going to draft.
Fixed yet.
They have not. And we're going to draft until Marvin Bagley is selected. We did this last night. We'll give you the results, how we landed here. And I'm genuinely curious on everyone's opinion about where Marvin was selected. And we'll let you know who selected him. That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You know who I happened to catch this? I had the chat closed for a minute. Did I see our guy here just in time? Security. There he is. There he is. Securing the Bagley in here. What's good, baby? Okay, remember, Bag.
I already got into it with John.
Oh, because I think John warned him. Hey, fam, stick around. Stick around, buddy. Stick around, pal.
Cole said, I can't find it. It's up here somewhere. Cole said he's convinced that I would eat garbage. After everybody in here was talking about how good crispy, crunchy chicken is. I'm not even crazy about the chicken. The chicken is fine. The biscuits are insane. They're insane. And I don't know why they didn't have any biscuits at this particular location. Nah. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's nobody who's had crispy, crunchy chicken who will say that it's bad. I know the thought of it. I know the thought. What am I doing getting chicken from a gas station? Mm-hmm. I understand. I'm not really interested, but there's nobody who's had crispy, crunchy who will say, "Nah, I ain't fooling with that." Okay. It's good. The biscuits are
hard.
Crazy,
it's hard to process.
I understand. I get it. Okay. The biscuits are crazy though. The biscuits are insane.
Do have some gems.
Okay.
See, I hadn't gone there, and I hadn't had the pizza in 7-Eleven either. There's a spot in a chain actually in Baltimore called Royal Farms, and that's what they do. There's multiple of them, and they have it's like crispy crunchy. They have their chicken place, and it's a gas station, and they've got like 50 locations in Baltimore, and people swear. And Royal Farms is actually bomb. Like the chicken is bomb. It's delicious. I'll fool with Royal Farms. Crispy crunchy is in that vein.
I do miss fried chicken. I have some great mock fried chicken.
I was about to say, don't tell me they try to.
They did a good job with the chicken. They did a really good job. It's Atlas. It's a black lady named. It's Atlas Monroe.
Oh, okay, well it's got to be fine.
Yeah, that's right. It's really really good. But I still wonder if I don't remember what chicken tastes like. So I wonder, does this really taste like chicken? Like if I gave it to you, would you be like, what is this?
It's interesting. The only thing I've ever had the substitute is I've had bacon. And it wasn't bad. Like it wasn't bad. I wouldn't get that over regular bacon, but it wasn't bad.
The thing is, if you approach this stuff as in, it's not like Beyond Meat, like Burger Patch. Mm-hmm. It's different. It's a burger, but it's not replacing like a Big Mac or In-N-Out burger. It's different. If you look at it as something different, you'll be fine. But if you think, oh, this is going to taste just like In-N-Out burger, it's not. Like same thing with chicken. Same thing with bacon. Same thing with any, plant-based substitute. It's not going to taste just like anything.
Yeah.
I want you. That's the bad part about following Rick Ross. Like, I want some damn wings.
Yeah, I'm not a big the thigh stop thing. I'm not really interested in the thigh.
Well, thighs are.
That?
Yeah, I have. Thighs are delicious because that's like where all the fat is.
I know, but I like them.
I'm saying
my chicken spots. I don't know.
Yeah,
if I want.
Yeah,
I don't want a thigh stop. I don't want that.
I just want some wings.
Huh.
Yeah, no, Burger Patch is legit. No, Burger Patch is delicious. Absolutely, it's amazing. I haven't been there yet. I keep seeing it. Plant powered fast food. I haven't seen it. I mean, I haven't been there. I've seen it. I want to try it. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna take Kenny out to Burger Patch one day.
Okay.
That's good. If you're not a subscriber yet on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or particularly on youtube.com/ESPN1320, we're 26 subscribers away from 800. We're on our way to 1,000. If for whatever reason you haven't subscribed to D'Lo and Casey or particularly ESPN 1320's page, go do that now. youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can watch the show every day there. We'll post show highlights there, and I believe we're going to start posting the 13th round. Is going to have its own playlist over there at youtube.com/ESPN1320. So we had a terrible idea of going through some of the Kings' more infamous draft fumbles and trying to fix it. And that's our mission here is draft the Kings or fix the Kings. And what we did with the 2018 draft is with the Kings selecting second, we decided to draft until Marvin Bagley was selected. And we didn't do that to be mean. We did that just because we were genuinely curious as to where he would land. Now, each individual, me, Jesse, Kenny, we each made the selection for the team until one of us selected Marvin Bagley for that particular team. And even once the selection was made, there was still some, wait a minute, here's who's out there still. So let's get this was more difficult than I thought.
It was. Oh.
Except for Jesse, who really didn't have to do anything, and you'll see why here in a second. I drafted first. The order was me, Kenny, and then Jesse. So Kenny had the Kings pick. So with the Phoenix Suns #1 pick, I took Luka Doncic, and truthfully, I thought about it. Because I had made the argument like DeAndre Ayton really fits. And we had even had the conversation with Deuce and Mo last week about would you draft Trae right there instead of Luka? I wound up going with Luka, which is really hard to do given the fact that Phoenix is still playing and you're left wondering what would Luka mean to the Phoenix Suns? And I often said sometimes with these redrafts, you got to look at it as like a power rankings of the best players in the draft.
Right.
So I took Luka. Kenny had the #2 pick. Kenny had the Sacramento Kings pick. And you want to tell everybody what you did with that pick? And if you listen to the show long enough, it's not going to be a surprise.
The #2 pick in the 2018 draft, I went with Michael Porter Jr. for the Sacramento Kings right now in 2021. And look, Trae Young, I pulled with Trae Young. I even asked the question, should he go #1? How does that work out with this team?
Well, Buddy gone, I guess. I don't know.
But Buddy ain't even starting to begin with. What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we benching Fox? Are we benching Halliburton?
No,
are we going 3 guard?
No, that's it. It's the same conversation we have anytime you talk about bringing in another backcourt player. It's that 3 guard lineup. We had this conversation with CJ McCollum. We've had this conversation with every backcourt player we've tried to bring in. Is that you're going to have to run?
Yeah, when I bring it up, they don't want CJ.
Well, no, I don't want CJ in the deal that you put out there. CJ is a fine player. If you can get CJ for the right trade package, I'm fine with it. But what is his role? Like James Ham made it clear on the show, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Tyrese Halliburton, game 1 is starting for the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And so was you bringing in CJ to be off the bench, or are you running the 3-guard lineup?
Oh, it's tough. And that's like that 3-guard lineup is with Trae out there. That's not like Dame and CJ. They're like, they got some size on them, right? 3-guard with Halliburton, Fox, and Trae Young. It's kind of a small 3-guard lineup.
Yeah. I love Michael Porter Jr. I hope that like what we saw this year, we've seen shades of greatness. I hope his health is on point and he is every bit the guy who was supposed to be the number 1 overall pick in this 2018 NBA draft before that college season started and he got injured. I hope he winds up being that player. And I think we see shades of it very regularly now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jesse didn't have to do anything. With the 3rd pick, he selected Trae Young. He's as lazy as they come. He literally had nothing to do.
That pick. I mean, what am I supposed to do there?
No, that's the right pick. It's 100% the right pick. That's absolutely the right pick right there. Number 4, and this is where it gets murky, right? Like we've drafted Michael Porter Jr. We've taken care of King's business. Now it's where does Marvin Bagley go? And honestly, it wasn't even a thought for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
We had Shai Gilgeous-Alexander go 4. I made that suggestion. I drafted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at number 4 with Memphis.
Oh.
DeAndre Ayton went number 5 to the Dallas Mavericks. And the person who made that selection needed to be reminded that DeAndre Ayton was still on the board.
That is not true. That is absolutely not true.
Jesse.
I put the wrong name.
Okay.
Oh, sir, you turned in your draft card. All right. I don't even need to spoil the name yet, but you turned in your draft card and then you went back.
I put the wrong name on the card. I had to go up to Adam Silver while he was making the pick and say, whoa, no, and rip the card out of his hand.
And in this case, I'm Adam Silver because I wrote back, now that's just disrespectful. And then he caught it quick. He was like, no, wait. Dallas Mavericks, DeAndre Ayton at number 5. So still no Marvin Bagley yet. And okay. Number 6, Orlando, Colin Sexton. Colin Sexton is interesting for a number of reasons, not as it pertains to Orlando, but as it pertains to Cleveland. Colin Sexton now, I think we've got to start talking about contract negotiations with Sexton.
Yeah, and that's why he's potentially on the block.
So is he getting traded? Is he getting big money, or are they negotiating a deal with him?
I think it's either or. I think he's either getting that big money or they're gonna move on from him. Especially if they take a Jalen Green or a Jalen Suggs in this draft.
Number 7, the Chicago Bulls select Miles Bridges. Number 8, the Cavs select Lonnie Walker. Number 9, Kenny's New York Knicks select Mikal Bridges. So here we are at the 10th pick. Still no Marvin Bagley. This was the first time I started to give it a little bit of thought. But I didn't take him. I had the 76ers pick, and I still like Jaren Jackson Jr., and I selected him. Number 11, the Hornets selected Kevin Huerter.
Or as people like to call him in Atlanta, Kevon Huerter.
Kevon, indeed. When he shoot like that, you can call him Kevon. That's like Steven and Stefan. Absolutely. Number 12 was Robert Williams, the Los Angeles Clippers. So I'll own up to it. I had the 13th pick with the Los Angeles Clippers. I gave strong thought to Dante DiVincenzo, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't quite justify Gary Trent Jr. I gave strong thought to Devontae Graham. But with the 13th pick, I took Marvin Bagley. And that's where the draft came to an end.
And look, it's not crazy that Marvin was selected there at 13th, but me and Jesse immediately were like, I don't know, man. I brought up Gary Trent Jr.,
Yep.
Grayson Allen,
Grayson Allen's trash. Like, come on. Like, no, he's not a trash player. I'm saying that's no. Grayson Allen's not better than Marvin Bagley. No. So, and then now this is the conversation right here. Are you done? Like done with Marvin Bagley? Because if we're really talking about a mock draft and Grayson Allen going above Marvin Bagley, that means you're just out. You're out the Team Bagley business. Alexis drove you nuts, and Earl Ramsey or whatever his name was. You're out the business of Marvin Bagley right now. Not Grayson Allen. Absolutely not.
Who's had a better NBA career?
Like great. Like, what has Grayson Allen done? Like, is he?
Grayson Allen, he's like 10 points a game. He's hit big shots in big moments. He had huge shots in that playing game. Now, you can make the argument, hey, maybe Marvin Bagley could have done the same things. Hell, Grayson Allen was out there in the playing game. Marvin Bagley couldn't even play in the fourth quarter.
I can't do it, man. I couldn't do it.
Look, I understand that. Mitchell Robinson, that's another guy I had on there.
Couldn't do it.
Mitchell Robinson led the league in blocks.
Okay. Again, the question is, are you out on Marvin Bagley or not? And like I saw Josue said, yo, this is an FU to Team Bagley. No, it's not. We tried to be fair, and you still hear the argument at 13, and Jesse feels the same way. He's just not that you both think he was still that I overdrafted him at 13.
I wouldn't say that you overdrafted him. Like when I took Robert Williams at 12, I was deciding between Devontae Graham, him, and Bagley, and I just went with Williams because I feel like his potential, he could be pretty much better than those guys eventually.
I didn't have a problem with the Robert Williams selection at all.
I think Devontae Graham and Gary Trent Jr. are better right now than Marvin Bagley.
Devontae Graham I'd listen to. But this would be in my opinion, this would be a 13-14 situation. This wouldn't be Devontae Graham at 13 and then Marvin Bagley at like 19. Devontae Graham, I would listen to that. But I understand everyone's frustration with Marvin Bagley. And I understand his seeming inability to stay on the court. But he's still a guy who's averaged like 14 and 7 through his career. When he's on the floor, he's not trash.
No, I don't think anybody is saying that. I'm not saying that, at least. But number one, he can't stay on the floor. He can't stay on the floor. So that has to be brought up as well. And number two, because John is losing his mind right now that people are getting picked ahead of Marvin Bagley. Nobody has rooted harder for Marvin Bagley to work than I have. He hasn't been able to be impactful. Unless you want to, I know John will probably blame Luke Walton and all this other stuff, but he hasn't been able to be impactful. Grayson Allen was playing crunch minutes in a playing game. Mitchell Robinson was a starting center on a playoff team. He got hurt during the season, so he's in the same category as Marvin Bagley in that respect. Devontae Graham is just better.
Fine.
Robert Williams is better. Gary Trent Jr.
was taking
Gary Trent Jr. put up 30 in playoff games.
Like, come on, he put up 30 in a playoff game.
20. Gary Trent Jr. was having huge moments in that run for Portland last year in the bubble.
Gary Trent Jr. is an 11-point per game scorer. Like what are we talking about? He's played 20 more games than Marvin has.
Who's been more impactful in their time?
Neither one of them. That's not the answer. Who's been more impactful? How am I going to measure Gary Trent Jr.'s impact? Because he had a couple of good games in the bubble.
He's had impactful moments. Marvin hasn't.
Okay.
To be perfectly clear, I don't have the biggest problem with you going 13 with Marvin Bagley.
The truly sad part is, as the chat has caught on to, is the Kings drafted Gary Trent Jr. That's the truly sad part about the whole thing. But
definitely should have kept him. But yeah, man. I think it's a conversation. Marvin Bagley is a great talent. He be as talented as he wants to. If he can't be out there, it don't matter. Now, let me ask you this. Are we just going off of production on the court, or does the total package get played into this one? Because
elaborate.
I'm not sure if these other guys that we're talking about have been the headache that Marvin Bagley and everything that comes along with him has been.
Has Marvin
if that's after, then it's cool.
Has Marvin? I mean, is Luka Doncic a bigger headache than Marvin Bagley?
Luka Doncic is about as much of a headache, but it produces. If you produce them headaches, you can take an aspirin for it.
I don't think Marvin's been that big of a headache. I really don't. Is it obnoxious? Sure. But is it like, is he really that big? How is he different than Buddy?
Do we want Buddy here?
Well, I'm not willing. Apparently, some people aren't willing to trade him for Kyle Kuzma. Shy the Man says D'Lo hates anything that Vlade did. Damn, yes. Damn near. He didn't screw up the De'Aaron Fox pick, so that's about the one thing I'll give him credit for. But if Shy the Man or if anybody else on YouTube want to name that something that Vlade did right, throw it at me. So, yes, that's facts, Shy the Man. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320.
Marvin Bagley going 13 is fine. I'm talking about the guys that I definitely would have taken over him is Gary Trent Jr. and Devontae Graham.
I would
the
listen
other ones
to
are up for discussion.
I don't think I would have done Gary Trent Jr. I would have listened to Devontae Graham. I sure as hell wouldn't have done Grayson Allen. I like Jalen Brunson in the role that he's in. Mitchell Robinson doesn't do it for me. But Devontae Graham, I would have listened to. Gary Trent Jr., I would have listened to. I would have pushed back harder against Gary Trent than Devontae Graham. But I didn't think Marvin at 13 was wild or unfair. I was curious what Horder would do. I was curious who would take him and where he'd fall. Look at this draft is something, man. There's some really good young talent in this draft. And you look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now all the way up at the 4 spot, and you listen to people who evaluate this upcoming draft. And if there's something like this that we got in 2018, man, we've got some really talented players coming into the league in July.
Oh, for
at
sure.
the very end of
Absolutely.
July.
Absolutely. We're in the chat.
I already hate
John
this bit. It's causing fights. It's a headache.
Hate for Bagley has the Kings fans saying just lies. What lies were said?
John, I don't.
John is so emotional and so in his feelings about this because nobody ever said Grayson Allen is better. Nobody. I just brought up names, and I said I don't have a problem with Marvin going 13. That's fine. The only two that I probably would have took over him is Devontae Graham and Gary Trent Jr. Mitchell Robinson, Jalen Brunson, Grayson Allen. They're in the discussion. If you don't take them, then you don't take them. Yeah, if you don't take them, then that's cool too. But John is so upset about this. And Cole is in here too. Cole is like, that's crazy, Grayson Allen.
Well, that's the conversation, man. And we knew this would happen with Marvin. Marvin is a polarizing player, just as DeMarcus Cousins was, just in an entirely different sense. Mm-hmm. You're on one side or the other with Marvin, and I disagree with something John said here on YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. But let's point out what Jason said. It's sad that we're debating if the number 2 pick is a fringe lottery pick or not. That's the true sadness of this entire redraft. And we knew, like we joked when we had the idea of drafting until Marvin was selected, mm-hmm. we might not have enough time in the segment to do it. Yeah. Like we joked, like how many names would be called? But when we really dove into it and looked at the numbers, I feel like 13 is fair. If you went 14 or 15, if you went 13, 14, 15.
Hey,
I'm fine with that.
The fact remains, I don't think you could take him before 13.
I don't think so either.
I don't think you can take him before. So if we want to argue 13, 14, 15, whatever, that's irrelevant. Yep. Like Jason just said, the guy that picked 2, you can't take him before 13
mm-hmm.
today. Yep. Maybe next year he has this unbelievable season and we'll do this again next June 29th and he's vaulted into the top 5 or something. I don't know. But today there's 12 players in that draft that have had better careers and performed better than he has.
People have really emotional attachments to Marvin, which is weird. It's the same thing with DeMarcus. I understand because DeMarcus was here a while and he was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. He's an all-star. He's an Olympian. Like he was an upper echelon player. With Marvin, we're just holding on to like age and potential.
And holding on to hope.
And it's not a question of whether you like Marvin Bagley. It's not a question, oh, he's a nice young man. That's not what we're talking about. We're not drafting nice young men. We're not drafting guys that we really like. We're drafting the best basketball player. And that's not Marvin.
The thing that also I don't understand is I understand there's guys that you just like. That's your guy. You rock with him. The thing that I don't understand is not being able to see the other side. So even if you like Marvin Bagley, just being completely incapable of seeing why other people are like out on him, I don't understand. I say that all the time about people that I like, or we talk about Paul George at the beginning. I understand why Paul George rubs people the wrong way. I like him. He doesn't bother me, but I can understand why people love to make fun of him, or people are get rubbed the wrong way by him. I don't understand how people can support Marvin Bagley, but can't understand how people are completely done with him. I see both sides. I like him. Even in the whole diatribe that happened last week, Damian, did I say, oh, we got to get him out of here? Do we need to trade him?
Nope.
Not once, because I don't know what I would do with Marvin Bagley. Yeah. If I was Monty McQueen, I wanted to have a real conversation with him. And even after all this happened, I'd like to talk to him again before I made a decision. But I could understand why people would be like in the front office or could be like, get this guy out of here. I don't need this nonsense. I get it.
So my feeling was, as we did this draft, was where Marvin was selected would determine whether you still believed in him at all or you were just completely done with him. I am 100% agreement with he couldn't be. Like, there's no way to justify him getting drafted before where we drafted him at 13, 14, 15. Fine. But if we had really started getting into like Jalen Brunson's and guys who are role players and come off the bench, that means you've lost all confidence in Marvin. You don't believe he's going to amount to anything. Not with the Sacramento Kings. You're of the belief he's not going to amount to anything in the league.
Right.
He's going to go wherever he's going to go next year. The Kings are going to do whatever they're going to do, or maybe he's going to be in a Kings uniform and he's not going to be good.
And I don't feel that. I feel like he can still play in this league if he can stay healthy. But that's the wild card. You never know if he's ever going to be healthy.
You think he can be above the 14-7 that he is now?
I think he can be. I do.
Okay.
There's parts of his game that just have to develop, though. Like there's parts of his game that just straight up got to get better. You know what I'm saying? I said it. One of the criticisms I have of him, I think he's soft around the basket. And if he's going to be playing center and doing all this other stuff, I need him to be a little more forced. He knocks his. He gets like somebody will bump him, and he just gets completely thrown off. Like he's got to be stronger, a little more solid there. I like to see him attack the rim with a little more ferocity. Dunk the basketball. Dunk with a little more ferocity. You're 6'10", 6'11". Throw it down. You were doing it, dude. Dunking on heads left and right. You don't do that in the NBA. I'd like to see that better. But I do believe he can get better at those. I don't know if that demeanor is ever going to change. I think he's always going to be a little soft, but I think his play can get better in the league. Absolutely.
Is his demeanor similar to, I think we used this analogy last week. Is his demeanor similar to Willie's? And that no, that's not. Strike that from there. Edit this out of the live broadcast. That's a dumb question. I think he has more energy. I think sometimes when he talks and he sits in front of like the Zoom camera, he has a very like dry delivery, similar to Willie Cauley-Stein. He's not very animated. He's not very emotional when he talks. And some guys aren't. That's not really a big deal. But Marvin, I think, has more intensity on the floor than Willie did.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Yeah, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's a little bit.
Yeah.
Does this draft? How many teams does this draft make better? Like that was the difficulty with the Suns taking Luka Doncic. Like they're in the Western Conference Finals now with DeAndre Ayton. They're one game away from going to the NBA Finals. Are they better just because Luka Doncic is a better player? Player and fit matter. The team right off the gate that I feel like, man, this team might be significantly better is the Memphis Grizzlies with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I feel like that team is better from this draft. Dallas, I don't know. Dallas with DeAndre Ayton. Obviously, Dallas's success is rode really hard on Luka Doncic. I don't know. You probably pick apart of a few other ones here, but the ones that stand out in this redraft that we did of the 2018 draft class, Memphis with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to me looks like a dangerous team, a more dangerous team than they are now. And I like Jaren Jackson Jr., but he has similar issues to Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, I like that. I like that pick as well. Memphis with SGAs. That's crazy right there. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like those two in the backcourt, Ja and him in the backcourt, that's a problem.
And the one guy who didn't go anywhere is Trae Young. Trae Young selected at number 3 by the Atlanta Hawks. Of course, the way to get Trae to the Atlanta Hawks in the actual 2018 NBA draft was a little bit different. Will we draft the 2017 class either tomorrow or Thursday, but we'll do it this week for sure. And we'll have some fun with that. We'll get James Ham's thoughts on our 2018 redraft as well when he joins us at 3:20 tomorrow. But we mentioned Trae Young, both in real life and in D'Lo and KC's redraft. He goes number 3. All eyes will be on Trae Young's ankle tonight as he heads out there to. Can they fight? Can they fight off 3-1? Can they get the job done against the Milwaukee Bucks? We've seen Atlanta answer the call on a number of occasions. We've seen Milwaukee not answer the call on a number of occasions. This feels like an Atlanta Hawks game to me.
Really?
It does. And unless Trae,
what do you see from that? I want to know.
Unless Trae really is banged up, because I think it's you ask why. I feel like it's similar to game 1. I think Milwaukee will come out flat. I don't think that's my concern about Milwaukee moving forward. And they can change my mind tonight, by the way. I don't feel like they have a killer instinct.
Let me see here. When did Milwaukee
put the Hawks down tonight?
So let me push back on what I agreed with you with when I said the Bucks not answering the call and not stepping up when they have a chance to put teams away. When did that necessarily happen?
Well, didn't it happen in Philadelphia? Didn't they allow Philadelphia to stay in that series with them? I mean, I feel like you can look back at a couple of times this year where they had a team. Hell, game 1 is the perfect example. They're coming off of the game.
So the Bucks swept Miami. They were down 2-0 to Brooklyn.
Philly. Atlanta beat Philly. Sorry.
They swept.
The Bucks. Yeah, the
Miami.
Nets. Yeah,
they were down 2-0 to the Nets. Even in that game 5 that they choked away, they were up by 20. They just didn't get the job done. And then
isn't that what we're talking about?
Yes and no. I mean, they choked away a game, and then they probably should have won game 1, and they didn't do that. And
then they fall flat after that game 7. I felt, and maybe this is just me sitting on the sideline. I felt like they should have been full head of steam after that game 7 against Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And Atlanta has been doing this against. Atlanta was doing this against Philadelphia. They kept stealing wins along the way till all of a sudden they're in a game 7 situation and they're knocking them out of there.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee is. I think they're ready to end this series. It not only
figuratively ends, by the way. It's 2-1. It's not 3-1. It figuratively,
right.
you know.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Atlanta won tonight. I really would. It's not impossible, but I'd be surprised.
Trae was labeled as questionable. To me, it all depends on his health. What is his health tonight? And I mean, I think he's going to play, in my opinion. And if he doesn't, then this is over. Like if he's in a state where he can't play, this is done.
If he play if he's in a state of health the way he was in the fourth quarter of game 3, they have no shot. He couldn't do much in the fourth quarter.
Well,
he couldn't do much. Like if he was capable of playing, but if he plays a whole game like that, they don't have a chance.
916-349-1320. Murph in Las Vegas. What's up, Murph?
Hey man, I'm not gonna waste your guys' time. Just a real quick question. I know that's the whole NBA is looking how well Trae is playing right now in the playoffs and stuff, and he is lighting it up. I was one of the ones that first raised my hand and said I didn't believe he was going to come into the NBA and he was going to succeed like he has. And I know right now, because he's shining right now, you have this is Trae or Luka better. And I'm not going to do it because I'm biased, because I love Luka and I want to Sacramento get him and all this kind of stuff. But if you guys were to flip the two, and knowing how you guys can argue, right? The West is harder than the East. Now, if you flip the two, do you think that a Trae Young was capable of doing what Luka did at Dallas roster? Because we can argue that, you know, Atlanta has a better roster. Now, can you imagine what Luka would be doing with that Atlanta in the East compared to what Trae, I think, would be doing for the Dallas in the West? And it's, you know, it's just a fair question I want to ask you guys and get your thoughts on it.
Murph, stay on real quick, because I want you to. I got a response back to you for that.
Okay.
It seems clearly, to me at least, and to others, that Trae Young is more willing to use his teammates, and his teammates enjoy playing with him more than they enjoy Luka. So Luka could have the better team, but do you think that even in Atlanta, he's still be doing the same ball hogging stuff and not getting people involved in the way that they feel a part of the action?
So at one point to that argument, can you argue that the players did not like playing with Trae because he was trying to be Steph Curry and Lillard and shoot from the logo and stuff like that, ball hogging. So at one point, wasn't that a problem with? Yeah, Luka, if you look at the numbers, he has the ball in his hands most of the time, and you can argue also that he might be doing that because of look at the roster that he has with Dallas. I mean, Porzingis was hurt all the time, and you know who else does he have on that lineup? You know, Tim Hardaway Jr. was coming off the bench. He had a great playoff run against the Clippers and stuff like that, and he was proving himself. He's probably going to get paid for that. But I don't know. I feel like if Luka was on that Atlanta roster with those type of players who can score and do the things, you know, ball handling and stuff like that, and that he doesn't need to do all the time with Dallas, and I feel like he would be more successful and not have to score as much and stuff like that. And trust me, I love Trae, and I'm not trying to say that because I love Luka so much that he's so much far better. I'm just saying when people are seeing what Trae's doing right now, they're just capitalizing on what his success is right now and not realizing what Luka was doing with that roster that he had in Dallas. And you can argue, again, that I feel like Atlanta's roster is just so much better, and I feel like Luka would be doing the same thing going to the West right now, or going into the finals right now in the East. And I just don't believe, honestly, that Trae would be able to take that Dallas roster and do what Luka did.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I understand.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, man. You know, the Atlanta roster, I think, is better than the Dallas roster. But I will also say this: I feel like there's a lot of revisionist history when we talk about Luka Doncic and the roster. There was people after last year in the bubble and all this other stuff who said Dallas was primed to be top 4 team in the West. Luka was primed to be an MVP and all this other stuff. I said I didn't think so. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, I'm not really seeing all that, especially with that roster. I think they'll be about where they were last year, 7, 8, maybe get to 6. I think they get to 6 this year. They got to 6. So I thought they'd be around 7. But I was like, this roster ain't nothing to write home about. They're high priced. And that's what exactly ended up happening. So the same people who thought that Luka was about to make this big old run, got to get that same energy. He didn't do it. This team fell flat in the first round again this year.
And now they've fired their coach, their longtime general manager, and now there are a lot of questions about Luka Doncic. So what they do next, again, they're one of the more baffling teams who have money, have an owner that spends money, and can't seem to nab a free agent to save their life. So we'll see what winds up happening with Dallas. It certainly is an interesting conversation. We just went through the draft. And that's really one of the astonishing things about this draft class is how deep it is and how many really, really, really good players there are. I mean, even 13, we had 19 guys who can contribute to your roster in some way, shape, or form. Anytime you get that out of a draft, you had a solid pick here. So you're throwing the dirt on Atlanta. I mean, I think part of my hesitancy is I've been wrong about Atlanta so many times before. I thought the Knicks would be able to rough them up. They didn't. I certainly thought the 76ers would beat them. They didn't. I did not expect Atlanta to win game 1 of this series. They did. So I'm just going to be done picking against Atlanta until they either win the NBA Finals or just go away.
Or you could do what I'm doing and just continue to pick against them until they win the NBA championship. And I'll be like, well, I guess I was wrong.
There you go. That'd be the only thing we'd be able to do. But it's the Bucks and the Hawks tonight. Another storyline to watch is if it's a close game, at least for me, a storyline for me. If it's a close game late in the fourth, do we see the ball in Middleton's hands more?
I think we see it about the same amount as Game 3, which was a lot.
Which was a lot.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's kind of what how it plays out.
Okay. Keep Giannis off the foul line.
Mm-hmm.
How early do they start implementing hack a Greek freak? But we'll see.
And once again, this is the crazy thing that we talk about. Paul George talking about he's the most scrutinized star. I don't know, because Giannis, off the top of my head, I'll look real quick. He's probably averaging another 30 and 13 for this series. Like
Giannis and Paul George, and that was one of the funny things about what Paul George said about him being the most scrutinized star. No, dude, you're not. LeBron is, and I don't even know who a close second is, but LeBron is first. Giannis is up there. Luka Doncic is going to wind up being up there, especially after this offseason. I don't even know if Paul George is in the top 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stars that are most scrutinized. Kevin Durant, every move that he makes. Kyrie Irving takes a game off. He's told to retire by Stephen A. Smith on First Take. Like those, like
he is probably top 5 though.
No, dude. I just named like 5.
He's not scrutinized as KD and Kyrie, but he's or they aren't scrutinized more than Paul George. I would say it's LeBron, Giannis, Steph Curry.
How is Kyrie not on this list?
I don't know, but they don't go after Kyrie like that in the playoffs. They absolutely
You're
don't.
bugging, dude. You're crazy.
Who went after him after
They
game 3?
told this man to retire.
Who went after him after game 3?
You're picking one game out of a career.
Every single game that the Clippers lose is Paul George's fault. They're on his head constantly. Who went on his head after game 3 loss the way they go after Paul George every loss in his playoffs?
Paul George isn't even the star, the caliber of Kyrie. He doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in those conversations.
After Kyrie.
Okay.
Media types go after Kyrie. NBA Twitter don't go after Kyrie like that. Media don't like Kyrie though. That's why they go after him.
Like Paul, we really dumbed this NBA conversation down to NBA Twitter. That's what we've really done. That's what Paul George was talking about. That's what DeMarcus Cousins was talking about. We really dumbed the perspective down to a percentage of people on Twitter that get attention. It's the same thing Marvin Bagley is doing in Sacramento. He's focusing on a percentage of people in Sacramento. And it's dumb. It's played. Paul George, Marvin Bagley, Team Bagley, all y'all need to go to the same calm your ass down camp. Take DeMarcus Cousins with you. Make sure you're back here tomorrow at noon. We'll have more opportunities for you to win $1,000. We'll dive into the game tonight as well, and maybe we'll do another redraft. James Ham will be with us also. That's all coming up tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Okay.
20 minutes was fucking trash.
Oh, come on, Bryce. They got biscuits now?
I mean, that did look good. I ain't gonna lie.
Fam. I really feel like I need to run out there.
Man, that do not look bad at all. My goodness.
Damn it.
All right. Give me some unleaded and a 8-piece.
Unleaded.
And some cool. Give me some cools.
Damn, you really do got the biscuits. I mean, that's a long way to go.
Man, Bryce really posted a picture eating fried chicken, man. He did you dirty. He's like, man, you want chicken, huh? I got you. Bryce was like, man, this sounds good.
Did you see that that video of Tyrese Halliburton hitting like all those 35-foot threes in a row?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, oh boy.
Donnie knows. Yeah, that's what it was. Crispy crunchy.
Yeah. But
Okay.
Kenny Caraway here from D-Lo and KC, and I know everybody is talking about refinancing their home, taking out equity, or getting mortgages because interest rates are currently below 3% APR. Now, before you go to your bank, you got to go visit GoCityCenter.com today. I know my broker, Sam, big ups to Sam, over at City Center Financial, is looking out for me and trying to get me the best rate possible by comparing offers from many banks to make sure I get the best deal. All right. Your first step to refinancing or buying a home should start at GoCityCenter.com. That's GoCityCenter.com. City Center Financial, you're in good hands with the experts that have been successful helping families with their refinance and home buying needs and goals for over 20 years. All right. So if you're thinking about refinancing to fix up your home or take out some of that equity, you have to reach out to City Center Financial first at GoCityCenter.com. Rates could rise soon. So now is the time to get a free consultation with an expert like my guy Sam at GoCityCenter.com today. City Center Financial, the most options and the best rates. Cal BRE number 018-37543, NMLS number 353383. Yeah. Show.
Appreciate you, Eric.
Yeah, Eric. Shout out Eric, man. Manny's going to Crispy Crunchy tomorrow. Everybody's going to Crispy Crunchy. Damn. And so the video that, or the picture that Bryce posted on Twitter with everything, I went there on Sunday after we went to IKEA. They literally had like one tray of chicken in there. I was like, come on, bro. Like the last 5 times I tried to get something from there, nothing. First, the biscuit machine wasn't working. Then a whole bunch of other stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Sound upset. You know, I'm out here, man. I could always run by. I need to do that. I need to make a trip to Elk Grove anyway. So,
no. I mean, come to Elk Grove, but you don't have to make
I
that
could
pit
always
stop. You're good.
have
You're
my ride smelling like fried chicken. I have to ride home
Yeah,
with
no,
the windows all the way down.
Yeah, what was the place? Didn't you mention it
Burger
earlier?
Patch.
Burger Patch.
Yeah, it's on K and 23rd-ish, 4th-ish. Yeah, plant-based burgers, plant-based food.
Patrick going for the 14th round.
Go get the people what they want.
I think he beat Chavez Senior easily, but I think so. Yeah. I think he beat him soundly. Well, definitely the second time he beat the hell out of him. That's for sure. So what we got Bucks Hawks tonight and Giants Dodgers.
Yeah, Giants Dodgers game 2. Is it 3 games?
2-game series.
Just 2. That's what. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then the Diamondbacks are after that.
Yeah, we need them. I need 3 out of 4 for sure. I think it's a 4-game series. I need 3 out of 4. That's for sure.
Okay. Well, let's get out of here. Let y'all do your business.
And, some work to do.
Yep. Can it go work on the internet? It's too damn hot to get some shots up. I know that.
Yeah, I gotta wait till at least 7 o'clock. At least.
All right, y'all. We appreciate you as always.
Patrick, be back tomorrow for the 13th round. We can talk about this some more on the 13th round tomorrow, 2:14 p.m.
Still trying to figure out how the fuck I had the Bucks playing the 76ers, but I guess I need to work that out in my own brain.
Ah.
Well, where the hell did y'all come from? Like, look, man, show's over, dude. We appreciate y'all. We're leaving. We appreciate y'all checking in, but we're done, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Hey, you on Twitch? Follow, subscribe. Come back tomorrow at noon.